This is Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. This is Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a 5th edition heavy RP campaign. With me are my players, Nox, Tiff, Manda, and Will, and a special guest player today, Saito, who will be playing the Revenant Halethgark. I just introduced all of you, including Saito, who's here. Hi, Saito.
Indeed I am.
Yay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
Special guest player to play the role of Halethgark, the Revenant that you just rescued from the pit, who has, at least for the time being, joined up with you. Saito, are you able to access the stat block for the character and everything?
I am.
Okay, good. Alright, well, let's start with the recap of last time's session. I believe you wrote something in the notes again this time, right, Nox?
Yes.
Would you like to do the ceremonial reading of the recap?
Sure. I'm almost... Okay, here we go. Okay. The room to the south was a sort of barracks for the Warg's Eye outpost, with simple items in mostly poor condition. Her spirit becoming increasingly restless, Valgara took over Midge and goaded the party into finding more monsters to slay. Her displeasure grew when they left northward and discovered Pibble and Groin at their camp, joining them around the fire. Perhaps moved by Roscoe in the earlier debate, Ara sensed an elegant way to resolve the problem, and mentioned to the two skull hunters that there were a couple young goblins in the destroyed outpost that would make good apprentices. One of them left to retrieve the goblins, which Valgara followed, who was in turn followed by Ara. With such a stalemate, no hostilities took place, and the young goblins joined the group at the campfire. Janie refused to follow, remaining behind to work on her statue. Meanwhile, Roscoe noticed a sparkling slate bag in the corner, which Pibble and Groin mentioned they couldn't move or open. Roscoe and Katrin tried for a long time to pick its ornate lock without success. Sardick, hearing talk about cargo that couldn't be moved, defiantly tried to lift it, but couldn't quite manage it on his own. Only with Katrin's help could they actually move it. The party reluctantly decided to leave it for the time being. They passed Janie on her way south, still at work on the statue, which Sardick wondered at. Curiosity abounding in the party, Roscoe and Katrin returned to the bag to work on that stubborn lock that was so close to opening, while Sardick and Valgara worked on repairing the statue. Mending magic and masonry prowess sped the task until the unlikely trio finally stood before the completed statue of another trio fighting side by side, and received the effects of heroism magic. Janie was thrilled and joined the Skull Hunters, bringing them to look at the statue. The lock on the bag still resisted opening despite Roscoe and Katrin's efforts while the statue was being rebuilt, so the party again decided to leave it there and head southward. They used a key from the slain bugbears on the door that had shocked Katrin before, opening into a very clean, candlelit hall. Soon they discovered an alcove housing a bas-relief of a sort of nude harp-playing Buddha. Investigating it closely, Roscoe noticed an inscription about secrets being revealed through gazing on it with bronze visage, so he looked at it through the bronze mask of Hathor he found in the mirror hall, and promptly vanished. The rest of the party tried to figure out ways to find or follow him without success. Roscoe found himself in a room with a painting of Hathor, and Hathor seated on a sort of oaken throne. He irritatedly offered to answer 3 questions about Undermountain, twice truthfully, 1 falsehood, and refused to answer any other sort of questions. Hathor declared that he didn't see Carcosa or know what it is, that the party could try dispelling his barriers or use the heart of the mightiest creature found on this level, and the throne they were seeking is concealed within a granite block in a Malarkan stonecarver's hall on the Sargoth level. After giving his final answer, Hathor promptly fell apart into slush and spilled out over the floor, and Roscoe walked through a misty doorway, returning to the party. After reuniting, the party continued on. Valgara spotted another pit trap, which the party sprung open, but it was in front of a door. There was enough of a ledge for Sardick to transport Roscoe and Katrin there, who felt a bit of vindication at being able to pick the lock open. Wadsworth, a slightly malfunctioning shield guardian, was out in the hall and ended up opening the door. Aura was displeased at its offensive speech against drows and blasted it with a real spell when it cast another fake spell at her. This prompted Wadsworth to blast the party with a real fireball and kill Nevermore before being destroyed. The next room...
Nevermore.
Poor Nevermore.
Nevermore will evermore be Nevermore.
The next room had an elaborate map of the overall layout of Undermountain on the wall, and a few buttons in bas-relief. Determined to find Carcosa, Roscoe repeatedly pressed the one on the bottom, but each time he did so, he only triggered a voice declaring that access was not available from here. Meanwhile, Sardick and Aura focused on the open pit in the room, finding a recently formed revenant named Haleth-Gark, one of the fine fellows of Daggerford. He claimed that the other members of his party were withholding treasure from him, and when he confronted them, they beat him up, took his belongings, and threw him in the pit to die. His spirit demanded vengeance, turning him into a revenant, but he wasn't able to climb the smooth walls of the pit. Haleth offered to help the party as long as they helped search and destroy his killers, and also mentioned that Rex the Hammer and Midna were the ones that murdered the city watch captain. Realizing the nature of revenants, Sardick realized that it had to be the truth, and walked down into the pit, lifting Haleth-Gark up.
Good job.
Thank you.
And for reading the recap, I already gave you guys XP for you writing it as I always do. I will give you an inspiration. Now everyone has inspiration, I think, at the moment, except for Saito. So you can give it to him.
Most definitely.
I
So
can
now-
be an inspired revenant.
Yes.
In a very metagame manner, because it wasn't for anything in-game.
Inspired by something beyond this realm.
Oh no.
Revenantial tricks.
What?
Knocks in chat.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Here we go. We're off to a good start. So let me move everybody over to the dungeon map. Saito, do you feel that you have a pretty good grasp on your role?
I do.
Okay, good. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or if it's something of a secretive nature, you can whisper me.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of a pointless thing to say. Like,
I'm ready
obviously
for the
you
PvP
knew
to
that you
start.
could do that. Anything is possible. I noticed an interesting thing, though. And Sardick would be aware of this, given you made a successful knowledge roll about revenants. This is an interesting change from previous editions of D&D. In 5th edition, revenants are not evil. They're neutral. They're one of the few forms of undead that don't automatically become evil upon becoming undead.
Interesting.
So they don't necessarily hate the living, like most undead do. They just hate the specific people that they hate.
Not all undead.
Exactly.
But don't they maintain their intelligence, or at least some level of that intelligence? Versus
Oh,
like
they
a zombie.
yeah, they maintain full intelligence, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlives matter?
Unlives matter. Wow. Just wow.
Just wow.
Okay. You guys can all see the map, I assume, and your tokens?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Well, commence with your roleplay, whatever you're doing.
Roscoe pushes the button again.
Once again, it doesn't work.
Oh.
Alright, give it up, man.
Look, okay, I know it can get us down there.
We're not ready for down there. You know this. I know this. They know this.
You might have a point. I got excited.
Yes, I do.
But it's a
Come
free
on.
map at least. You can give it that.
Yes, it is. Come on.
Where are we going?
Have we gone through this door?
We haven't.
I think we should go anywhere that doesn't have a map with buttons that he can press.
Ah, yes.
I mean, I haven't pushed this one yet. Roscoe reaches
Hey,
towards a different one.
No!
I'm just
Are you-
kidding.
To
Are
make
you
me
gonna
fireball
push-
you.
Are you going to push one of the
No.
other ones?
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
that reminds me, of course, once again, Midge finds herself waking up in a new and strange place, not knowing how she got there.
She'd just sigh heavily and look over at Katrin and say, "We really gotta get you cured."
Katrin says, I agree. I'm so sorry this keeps happening to you.
I'm gonna stand right behind Midge and just breathe raspily.
Midge will slowly turn around, see what's behind her, and pull out her quarterstaff and say, "Is anybody else concerned about this?"
No, he's our new friend.
I mean, moderately, but
Okay.
Yeah,
Where
definitely
did we
looks like undead
find-
to you.
Where did we find this guy?
In a hole.
This hole, as a matter of fact, and Sardick will gesture toward the pit.
In the pit in which I was cast by those cowards!
Right. You know what? I'm sure it's fine. Everybody else seems all right with this, so.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's actually one of the members that we had to bring those letters to, but apparently we can't bring him back up. I mean, there's that the wards are in place, but he doesn't have any bail to get himself out of jail and come back and deal with the rest of his party, so he's got to stay down here apparently.
Midge just looks over at Ara as if Ara could explain what was
Ara says he is one of the guys that we had to serve the court papers to. Apparently, he didn't do the murder of the guy's boyfriend, but he's intent on staying down here and avenging his death.
Okay.
And he's going to help us along the way so long as we don't get in his way.
All right.
And she just kind of does a shrug like, I don't even know.
No, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. Seems par for the course down here, actually.
It does.
So, and Roscoe's been just pushing some buttons, I can see.
Yes, we need to get him away from that map.
Do you need
look,
a
I'm not a
description of the
child.
room?
I'm just excited.
Well, you're doing very childlike things, so come now.
You know, maybe if we just unplug it and plug it back in, it will start working.
No.
If you look, this is mostly directed at Tiff since she wasn't here last time, but if you look under the player handouts, under miscellaneous, there is something called Old Undermountain Cross Section. If you look at that, that's on the wall of this room.
Oh.
And it's dated, what did I say, 73 years? There's an inscription with a date. It's dated 73 years prior to the current year.
So some things may have changed.
Oh,
I was
go
gonna ask, did you say that Roscoe drew a picture of this himself, or...
yes, while they were dealing with our new undead friend here, Roscoe was kind of sketching and staying out of the conversation.
Okay. So that's the main feature of this room, and there are 3 sort of buttons. They're like bas-relief carvings next to the 3rd, 16th, and 23rd levels. One is of a flaming skull, one is of a comet, and one is of a tower with a tiny rune engraved above it, and they look like they can be pressed, and in fact, Roscoe has been pressing the lowest of the 3. And whenever he presses it, you hear a magical disembodied male voice, which says in common, "Gate access to Halasta's tower from level 23 only."
Where's that voice coming from?
It just fills the room. It doesn't seem to come from any particular point.
There's a little dude in the corner.
There's a
mind
little
me.
curtain. And of course, there is a big pit in the room as well, which is where the Revenant was just pulled out of. There was nothing else in the pit besides some rubble.
Maybe you should push another button.
I think we at some point found out that this was an elevator or something. So I think we shouldn't push a button and... I don't know what an elevator is, actually. Well, there's probably magic elevators. I'm sure I've heard of something
The madness has gotten to you.
I've had a glimpse into another world, a far realm, where this electricity powers things. Well, I think we shouldn't push one of these buttons until we're really ready to leave.
You think?
This one. Look, I was
Are we,
excited.
well,
In the spirit
are
of
we-
adventure.
are we not ready to leave? How much more of this level have we left to explore? I mean, I have huge gaps in my memory, so I'm assuming we've covered some more ground since I last had consciousness.
Yes. We have learned of 2 more Xanathar outposts here, which we have been asked to deal with by the vampire people up top. We still have not made it back to the tavern. There's still the bloody wall thing. And we could maybe get by that with the heart of the most powerful creature in this level.
What if the most powerful creatures are us?
I have my own heart, so maybe we'll be good.
Okay, but I mean, that aside, do we need to go back to the vampires to let them know? Did they request that, or was it just kind of like they'll know?
They said they would let us explore the top part of the thing, which I guess we don't really have too much inherent value in. I thought you would have liked to get more information from the other 2 Xanathar people, and if we're being quite honest, Nevermore got killed, and I think I need to go back up to the tavern to get him back. So I kind of want to... I mean, I would love to keep moving.
Well, in order to explore the top, we're probably going to have to go encounter the vampires again.
And of course, there's those barriers to deal with as well.
So I think...
And stuff to sell and things to do before we probably go to a deeper level.
Just given our lack of assurance that we will be able to return, it might be good to finish everything that we would like to do here and up in the tavern, and then come back down.
Are you still under the effects of a madness?
I am, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that, because out of game, we'll figure it out. Roscoe definitely wants Nevermore back, but alright.
Yeah, okay. So Katrin says, what are we doing now? I mean...
Well, we could go up this door, which we haven't explored yet, and see what happens. We could just try to dispel magic on the barrier to see if Halasta was honest or not. Or we could keep exploring to take out more of the Xanathar outpost.
Who can dispel magic? Katrin asks.
I can.
I can do that as well.
Oh.
Health is gonna sort of shamble over to the map and just sort of consider it for a second. Looking at this map,
you guys, the map's on the other wall, just so you guys know. The big wall,
Nice.
the west wall of the room.
Roscoe's been at the far end,
That's why
looking at
the
a blank
button
wall.
didn't work.
That's right,
Alright.
yeah. You just think you're pushing a button over there on the other wall.
And he's going to consider the map for a second. And then he's going to push the button which corresponds to the what is it? The Sargoth level.
Yeah.
Okay. When you press that, a magical disembodied male voice fills the room saying in common, "Gate access to Skullport disabled."
What? Hold on. Which button did you press?
Also, wait, you just pushed a button.
He pressed
Wait,
the
I did
button that looks like a flaming skull. It looks very similar to the flaming skull that you met up in the tavern.
Hello.
Light
That-
bulb over someone's head.
Hello, that is where they hide. I will find them.
The people you want revenge on are in Skullport?
I know they are below. 200 feet deep beneath the ground.
You can feel them down there. Like a burr in your shoe. So far away, and it's very frustrating not knowing that you have no idea how to get to them.
Okay, on one hand, I'm very glad we did not just get taken somewhere random. But on the other hand, it would have been fun. And I kind of tried to do that too. So I forgive you, but let's talk things over. Wait, that's quite hypocritical.
Yes!
Look, okay.
Tara starts massaging her temples.
Okay, how about this? We now know that more than one of us wants to go downward, at least at some point. But, okay, what are we doing? I really don't know.
Katrin says,
Alright.
I just want to explore until we find this druid, so I don't care where we go.
Let's try this door and then just make our way back. Make sure everything's alright with us and the vampires. And from what I understand, there's interest in heading back up the well, right?
Yes.
I would like that. I think I need nothing more to continue.
Midge is gonna look over at Haleth. I know you said you're not going up until you complete your task, but it's worth noting that there's something up there that looks a whole lot like this, and she's pointing at the flaming skull button. And I'm curious to know what it would know about Skullport.
So you would draw me further away from my quarry, in hopes that this might provide a key to them?
Sometimes you have to start walking away first before you can get closer.
The one step back, two step forward kind of analogy.
I think more like a circle.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise I could try just digging down here, but I mean, it would take a while to get that far down.
I already attempted that. And he then just sort of produces this, what looks like a spoon that has been sharpened to a fine point.
No, that would never do. And Sardick will pull out his shovel and his pickaxe and all sorts of mining tools.
While Sardick is doing that, can I listen and see if there's or hear anything on the other side of that?
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check. Of course, your eagle eyes won't help with this because it's hearing, but 22, pretty good. You don't hear anything.
But my eagle ears. All right.
Eagles don't even have ears.
Or
do they? They must have inner ears at least.
They have ears, just not like. Okay. No,
Her
they have
elven
ears.
ears, how about that?
Does everything
Half
have
elven.
ears?
Not everything has ears, but a lot. Basically, almost all of Animalia has ears, or it has some sort of component that's like ears.
Eagles do have ears. They are hidden behind the feathers on the sides of their head. Thank you, Google.
I see. Okay. Well, you still don't have eagle ears.
Well, in that case, I open the door.
All right, you open the door. Katrin will wander over there. Yeah, she seems pretty freaked out by the scary undead man, so she kind of doesn't want to stand next to him.
She's freaked out by the scary undead man when she's carrying around a ghost that can possess people.
Haleth is just going to watch. A centipede crawls out from his ear and just sort of scuttles across his face.
Ooh. Ara cringes.
Roscoe's gonna stare at him, like, very blankly, like, I'm not sure if it's real or not. I've been seeing a lot of things lately.
It was real.
Okay.
Looks like another hallway heading... I was gonna say north, but it occurs to me that it probably isn't. Can I perceive for traps?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, yeah, for you, especially having memory losses and such, you really can't tell which direction is which in here at all. You haven't the slightest idea what is north, south, east, and west. Roscoe, of course, knows because he's been making a map the whole time. And Sardick knows because he's a dwarf.
Does Haleth recall any of his former memories from traveling here? Paths he may have once traversed?
Unfortunately, due to the trauma of dying and becoming a revenant, your memories are mostly very hazy. There's this one burning memory, and that's the event of your betrayal and murder that's so bright in your memory that it seems to crowd everything else out.
Alright. Haleth will just sort of sit there and continue to stare darkly.
Alright, you do notice the telltale signs to you now that you've detected several of these. Of course, I don't know how many of these you've detected while you're actually Midge versus ones you detected while you were Valgara. You've detected pits in your own self before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you recognize the signs of another one of those pits right in front of you.
We got another pit.
Well hidden. Nobody else notices it. Well, yeah, nobody else notices it other than Midge right now.
I don't remember, but I think last time, when I played at least, I don't know what was happening last session. Did we trigger the pits so that everybody could see them, or did we just have Sardick, like, carry people over?
Both.
We triggered them, and then Sardick carried whoever couldn't jump over.
Okay, I just couldn't remember.
You and Katrin and Sardick were triggering, and then carrying.
So, you're going to do the sort of standard thing that you've been doing with the other pits, I assume?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a reason not to.
Alright, so the pit has been opened. It is revealed. There are spikes at the bottom, but you don't see anything else down there of note. Katrin will kind of do what she generally does, which is run up and jump over the pit. She seems to enjoy doing that.
Haleth will also do the same. He's impatient. He doesn't care to be carried over. Do I have to make a check?
What's your strength? Pretty high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be fine. I think it's like 18.
Yep. So do I do a check?
No. You can just jump over it.
All right, and just sort of leaps across the.
Can we just move ourselves if we're taking the Sardick Express?
Yes. Sardick will start by ferrying Midge over, and then he'll, either R or Roscoe, and then come back for the last.
So Katrin will advance as far in the hallway as she can while not getting ahead of Midge, because she's afraid of stepping on another pit.
Yeah, I mean, Midge would continue to just keep an eye out, but also keep moving.
Alright, so obviously you all have dark vision. Haleth has dark vision as well, but there is a light source from Katrin's shield. It's a small light source, 10 feet of bright light and 10 feet of dim light from her glowing shield. And I think that's the only actual light you have, right? Or do you have your sword glowing as well, Will?
No, it's still off.
Am I giving off light? It looks like I am, but that might just be vision. I don't know.
I think that's just your
I think
vision.
it's just vision, yeah.
It's just your vision. Other people can't see your quote unquote light. That's just representing your dark vision.
Well, Roscoe and Hal are like in the back here. If that's happening, he's just gonna still staring at him with this like sort of perplexed look, and he's gonna reach out and kind of touch his shoulder and be like, "You're real, aren't you?"
Halth is just going to turn to Roscoe and then ask, "The only thing real is vengeance."
You have about you, everything about you is very dark when I look at you, and it scares me. Are you going to help us or hurt us?
As long as you help serve the name of vengeance, I will assist.
I would like to try and roll an insight check. The Roscoe is not good at it.
Yeah, go ahead. Alright, so what is it you're trying to sort of figure out?
Just see how honest that was. I know we kind of established some of this last time, but Roscoe wasn't really talking to Health. So whether he seems genuine in his answering of that question.
How dare you question this impeccable man with a centipede crawling on his shoulder now?
Roscoe is seeing a lot of things, and he's got Eldritch Sight up, which means that you have basically a necromancy aura everywhere. So he just sees you floating around in a black cloud.
Yeah, he seems straightforward.
Okay.
Teachable.
Okay.
I'm gonna move you back one, Midge, because something's going to happen to you before you get any further.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So, as you're moving sort of ahead, and of course Haleth and Roscoe are having this interesting conversation back there, a javelin comes flying out of the darkness around the corner, up there ahead of you. And let's see if anything happens with this javelin. But it goes whistling past you harmlessly. And you catch the sight briefly of, part of a bugbear that sort of leaned out around the corner and threw this at you, and then goes running away up the corridor.
Whoa! Looks like we have company, guys.
Well, let's go greet them.
More to be consumed in the flames of vengeance.
Yes.
Alright, so at this
He
point,
is so much fun at parties.
Do that thing you do again where you talk about vengeance.
One more time. With
Hey
feeling.
guys, come here. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Anybody here like
Alright.
vengeance? Catherine says, What just happened? She, of course, couldn't see that far.
Roscoe like snaps out of his conversation with Haleth and like sort of sprints up the hallway a little bit to see what was going on too.
Sardick, you found a javelin laying on the floor.
Look here. Someone just left this just laying around here, clattering around. They shouldn't be doing this. They should clean up after themselves. And he'll go ahead and take that up and have a javelin.
It was a gift for you.
And it's not even an alcove this time. That's amazing.
I know. This place is just full of gifts for Sardick.
So Katrin kind of creeps up back behind Midge. She kind of holds her shield up. So now there's going to be javelins flying at us? Is it a trap or something?
Midge would shake her head. No, it was definitely thrown. Just keep an eye out. Let's move carefully.
So are you still moving at a slower searching pace, looking out for pits, or are you moving at full speed?
No, moving, looking for pits. Don't want to fall into a pit.
Okay.
It's not so bad. Just have to spend time down there with the centipedes.
Oh,
You seem to have gotten friendly.
I've spent plenty of time with centipedes. I just don't like the falling part.
I named him to Penelope.
Roscoe stepped away a little bit. Oh no, Hal stepped back.
Can we keep moving ourselves, or...
So if I wasn't
Yeah.
so...
I find that if you go down a pit, the best thing to do is just walk right back up again.
Midge, if you'd feel more comfortable, I can slip you into the realm between, I guess, and it's confusing. I think I could make you sort of in a blind spot of most people. You'd be like functionally invisible if you'd like while you move forward. It's weird.
The where now?
Look, people wouldn't see you. Don't worry about the specifics. I could sort of
Okay.
give you a little bit of
Yeah.
a push into it. So Roscoe will step up and cast invisibility on Midge.
Ooh.
All right.
Why doesn't he just say that? He's awful at explaining himself.
Because-
Made it sound so
Well-
scary.
Yeah, because all of his
He
things,
did.
all of his powers are supposed to be creepy. He's a warlock.
Oh, good. Then I hope you know that Midge demonstrated a whole lot of trust just then, letting you do that.
It's kind of... People don't really like seeing things from the far realms, and I can make you resemble that for a minute. But
I'm gonna
so an hour.
creep. I'm gonna move on ahead. Katrin, hang back for a sec, because you have that light. Should I make a stealth check if she's trying to move quietly?
Yeah, go ahead. You have advantage, though, because you're invisible.
That face almost covers her face exactly.
That's what Roscoe did to her. Roscoe just like slapped a pixelated picture onto her face. It's like,
You're
And
invisible.
it's like, now none of us can see you.
ooh.
I'm gonna keep creeping until the DM tells me to stop,
Okay, hold on.
or until I fall into a pit.
All right, so as you come around the corner, so you've been going kind of carefully, making sure there's no pits, and you're moving with perfect silence as well. with your keen eagle feet.
Eagles don't have feet.
Here we go again.
Correct.
And what's your vision range? Can you see? You can see what, 60 feet normally.
I can see some. Yeah, 60 feet. I can see some happenings.
All right, you see some goblins sort of gathering up at the end of this little hallway with bows and arrows at the ready. Of course, they don't see or hear you.
Do I see that familiar Xanathar's Guild emblem?
No, you don't. But remember, you didn't see that on the other goblins as
On
either.
some of the goblins.
I mean,
right.
these
I only saw
are
it on the special ones.
You were here as Midge the last time you guys fought all the goblins and bugbears and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember that. You remember basically there were the normal goblins, that most of which were crispified by Aura, but then there were a few of the sort of special looking goblins. Those ones did have the symbol. These don't look like those goblins. They just look like the normal ones.
Okay. Well, and also I see them like readying their bows and stuff. So Midge would make her way back to.
And just to clarify, when we see special looking, we're talking, like unique, not like they may be wanting to put together a statue or something, right?
Right, not that kind of special. That was just Janie, the special bugbear.
Janie is our special bugbear.
They're just throwing fillet pots.
The kind of
It's a little
special
different.
where they will pepper Sardick with crossbow bolts and
Arrows, yes. Mm-hmm.
And he'll never know what hit him.
Exactly.
Oh, it's that kind?
No.
Well, I don't see those. I just see the regular kind with regular bows.
To
and
be
arrows.
fair, we don't see those.
I would come back and say, yeah, at the end of this hallway, there's goblins arming themselves with crossbow bolts. Looks like
They have short bows, actually.
short bows. Looks like maybe
Why
a good
did you-
place for an aura
Why'd you say
special.
crossbows initially? Do you not recognize the difference?
She lived in
Look,
Nesua,
it's
cut her
really
some
dark.
slack.
I
And,
was in a pit. I know dark.
Yeah, goblins.
Did you see any more pits on the way up? I don't know how far up you went.
I was able to get around the corner all right, but I didn't go any further than that.
Could you guess about how far past the corner they were?
All the way at the other end, I would say about 60 feet.
I have a sneaking suspicion that there is another pit that they were trying to get us to run right into. So maybe if you could just sort of, while invisible, sneak forward until you find it. Maybe? I don't know.
Katrin says, "Where are you? I can only hear..." And of course she's speaking quietly. "I can only hear your voice." She's like reaching out, waving her arm through the air, trying to like find where you actually are, because you're invisible, of course.
I feel like she probably like smacks me in the face once while doing that. Like,
Accidental
right
grope.
Oh, sorry.
here. I'm leaving again. Hold on, gonna check for pits. I think I got this far last time. From where I'm standing, would I be able to see any of that familiar?
No, not from where you're standing. You know that from the past, from detecting these pits before, that you pretty much have to get right up
Yeah, you have to
next
get,
to
like,
them
right
before
on
you
it.
can see
Alright.
them.
I'm gonna just keep going then. Should I make another stealth check?
Yeah, make another one.
Oh boy.
Wait. Oh, there you go. Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot more than I was expecting. So far, no pits though.
Yeah, actually, hold on one second. So far, no pits. Don't move anymore for a second. Okay. So far, no pits, and the goblins seem completely unaware of you. Everyone else is just kind of hanging back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So far, no pits. Now that you've gotten this close, make one more stealth check.
Can we say that in that time, Roscoe did something completely controversial to everyone in the party and pulled out the King in Yellow, focused on it for 6 seconds, reading some passages, and restored a spell slot with the Rod of the Packmaster?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Awesome.
Ara
This is
would
taking,
glare
this
at
is
him
taking
the
her a while
entire
because she's
time.
only moving at half speed.
I forgot a passage. It's important to maintaining this. Clearly lying.
Yeah,
As he draws more power from it.
Like that.
Is a 13 okay?
They don't show any sign of having detected you. They seem
Alright.
very ready, very focused down the hallway, past you, basically.
At this point, I would start heading back then.
Alright.
And when I get around the corner, I will say, the hallway is clear of traps. There's a group of goblins 80 feet down the hall. Look like they're ready to, spring. But there's a few more behind them, so I think there's quite a few people down there waiting for us.
Are they clumped for one of our specials?
They absolutely are at the end of this hallway.
Aura, how you feeling?
She rubs her hands together and goes, I've got some fireballs and lightning bolts if we're ready to go.
BT dubs, how do you do that whole thing where you do the in-character voice thingy in chat?
I don't know.
If you type /EM first and then your message, it will basically put whatever title.
ME, not EM.
I
Both
think EM works too.
Oh, so it's basically like Twitch. Okay.
Yep, and it will kind of do it like that. And don't mind my misspelling or lack of quotation. I just didn't want to put a bunch of my push to talk key in that.
So Katrin says, alright, so what are we gonna do? Just rush him?
Yeah, but let's follow Ara's lead. Let her light him up.
Well, I think they're gonna loose the arrows at the first one they see, so it probably shouldn't be Ara. Who's feeling?
You know what? Haleth is just going to start making his way over there, and he's going to have his sharpened spoon out.
I don't think this is the time for spoony antics.
Vengeance calls.
How far is this? Hold on. I
So-
hope if I click the right thing. Yeah, I could do it from right there.
Whoever the first to walk out, please just take a second to take a dodging stance. Dodge action, whatever that might be, because I think there are going to be a lot of arrows coming at you.
Ara just instantly doesn't even stop and think about it. She just casts Fireball.
Okay, well, hold on.
And that fireball misses and hits a civilian refugee camp. Great work. The wizards
Oops,
coming
oh
in
wow.
just with their collateral damage.
They just finished making the statue and they were ready to move on.
So we're gonna have to have initiative before that happens. Nobody is surprised. You guys kind of come around and see around the corner, and they're ready with their bows. So you guys are gonna have to roll initiative to see whether you go before the goblins or not. So make sure you click on your token and then click on your initiative, which I think most of you have been
You'll
doing.
be interested to see if this works.
time I don't want to go for.
Oh, it does work for A.
Oh, jeez.
Excellent. That 8 will... Wow, a lot of people got 8.
All right, so is everybody's roll correct on the turn tracker?
Yep.
16. A lot of 8s. I'm seeing a lot of 8s. And a huge 26 for Roscoe.
Like, when I do not want to be out there. Oh boy. Can Roscoe just kind of progressively delay his turn until I tell you that I'd like to go, rather than say what initiative it's going to be?
Yeah, of course.
Alright, sounds good.
So
Roscoe will do that.
you're just waiting. So does Midge want to do anything before, or do you want to just delay as well?
Yeah, I would hold action as well.
All right, Katrin is doing the same. Basically, everybody's waiting for Ara, I think, or Haleth to do something first. So now we have 3 combatants with an 8: the goblins, and Haleth, and Ara. So the tiebreaker will be based on dexterity, I think. What's everybody's dexterity?
Mine's a +3.
Mine's +2.
All right, so Ara is going to go first.
Woo!
But then it's still
All
a
right.
tie between the goblins and Haleth.
Well, Ara's gonna step out here, and she'd like to place that fireball.
I actually
Right
have a
here?
fireball for you, right here.
Nice!
It's 20 feet, right?
Yes.
20-foot radius?
Radius, yes.
So here's a big old fireball box you can move where you
Yeah.
want it.
She's...
Oh, you probably can't move that, can you?
I can't move it. No, but she's just gonna center it so that right here, so everything she can see in this, like, intersection area, she's just lighting it up.
Okay, that is going to catch a lot of goblins. Boom. Giant fireball explodes. Once again, we're going to hear the screams of dying goblins. You can keep the 29 that you rolled before. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I mean, against these guys, 28 or 29, it's going to come out the same way. They don't need to make saving throws, because even if they make their saving throws, this will kill them. So every one of these goblins you can see dies, again, screaming their horrible tortured cries as they're burned to a crisp. And there are now many burnt goblin corpses yet again.
She cringes slightly and kind of does the, sorry, not sorry. And then she steps back and she just looks at everyone and says, I think they're all dead.
Midge, do you want to go check while you're still invisible?
He's looking at the wall.
Yeah, if we're back.
We technically delayed our turn, so if you wanted to take yours now, I guess. Well, either way.
Just obliterated every goblin here. Every goblin. There's no goblins left to take a turn. They never learn. They always group up.
That's because they don't have anybody that can come back and warn them.
They never learn. All right,
if I can use my action to dash, I would just move up.
Well, okay, actually, at this point, all the goblins are dead. There's no other combatants. Nothing else is happening, so you guys can actually drop out of initiative again.
I apologize that no one got a turn for that. I will just say that outright.
We don't know that.
Planning on
Burn in
that.
the fires of vengeance.
You like my fires of vengeance, don't you?
Alright, if Midge stealths up to investigate the carnage.
the air is thick with the stench of burned hair and burned goblin flesh. Yeah, so people can just move up at will if you want to now.
I wonder if they have another statue up here.
We should still be careful. We know of at least one bugbear.
There seems to be a door.
Yeah, you see a door, and you also see, right, to the north.
Oh.
Okay, this was literally just goblin genocide that occurred right now.
Okay, hold on. Don't move any further into the room. Anybody that's moving up in the hallway still can. Yeah, so you pick your way across the dead goblin corpses there. To the north, scroll. You see a 14-foot tall granite obelisk with a lidless eye carved near the top. That's what that sort of pyramidal-looking thing is to the north of you. And you can kind of see along the walls and around the area around the obelisk, it looks like a lot of, looks like goblin bedding and trash and debris and stuff. You also see, let's see, from here, I guess you don't notice any fine details of the obelisk without getting closer, but yeah, so that's what you see. As Haleth moves into the room, a new combat begins. As he is attacked by surprise from something that he cannot see or detect. And neither can Midge at this point. So, Sardick is familiar with this particular experience as arrows fly out of the darkness. Out of apparently thin air.
Oh, I'm familiar with this one too. The Raga. Oh.
So, I need everyone to roll initiative again, actually. Since this is a separate encounter functionally.
Yeah, rolling that 7.
Of course, this is a surprise round. So what did we get? A 22, a 7, another 7, a 6 for Katrin, a 16 for Sardick, a 21 for Roscoe. Alright, so nobody goes on the surprise round among your group because, again, surprise. So the first thing that happens is do you guys think... Let me look at the description of the spell. I don't remember how I described it the last time. I guess you wouldn't really know that this had happened.
Well, attacking reveals your position technically, so even if we can't see them, if you're talking about the Deep Stalker ability, when they attack there'd be like a moment of knowing their position.
Right, because you can see where the arrow came from.
Yes.
Yeah, I think at the very least we'd know, like, their last point of where they were. Because
unless they
within that
move
turn,
again.
They could move again, yeah. But we'd have an idea of where they were last.
Well, you feel some sort of magic come over you.
Oh, different thing.
Haleth.
Who does? We all do?
No, just Haleth, and you don't know what it is. It's just like a little sort of strange tingle, and it seems to be lingering. It's an irritant.
Like, just like Penelope.
And then
I
some...
feel like Hallett says that out loud, and everyone else is like, okay.
Hey guys,
That's
I'm
some
not the
arrows.
only weird one anymore.
You are.
Wait, I'm on my own tier above that dude? Yeah, the centipede crawl out of him.
You said
He's
we
also
did
dead.
the further or whatever.
Yeah, and it helped.
Alright, 2 arrows come forth from the darkness to the south of you. And the first one soars past Halleth's head. The second one strikes hard right in the intersection of your shoulder and the upper part of your chest.
All right, Hal basically just looks on as if nothing happened, and it just glares silently.
All right, you're going to take 15 points of piercing damage from that arrow.
Woo.
You feel like when it strikes you, there's a little extra magical burn to it that seems to come from that tingling sensation that you're feeling. Like the arrow triggered that magic to harm you additionally. And... for a moment, you can tell that the arrow came from directly to the south of you. Just a little bit south of the corner there.
Hal will just point with one finger while the other grips his spoon.
Okay, this is actually going to be a familiar experience for you, Saito.
Oh, is it?
Hashtag remember Tharaga.
Oh.
I actually took that slightly out of turn, but I'm just gonna... yeah, it doesn't matter. Alright, sorry, I'm a little disorganized today, as usual. So then, arrows come at you. And again, you feel that strange tingle. Now there are 2 strange tingles on you. And an arrow comes at you from the northwest corner, up by the obelisk. From that corner right there. 2 arrows again. This time, both of them strike. Now, let me figure out all this damage here.
That's about what he said when he was Thraga.
Alright, so it's an extra... okay, so that affects every attack. Alright, so between the 2 arrows, one which catches you in the side, piercing through your chainmail, and the other tearing along the outside of your knee, between the 2 arrows you take 8, 12, 21 piercing damage.
All right.
And then yet another strange feeling of tingling sensation upon you. You're now feeling rather beset by all these strange enchantments.
All's description of strange tingling sensations made it sound more like a discussion about puberty or something like that.
They're important discussions to have.
And once again, 2 more arrows. These come out from the northeast corner up by the obelisk. And both strike. Both of them tightly grouped in your midsection, piercing easily through the chainmail as the magical sorcery, whatever it is that is upon you, causes them to have an extra sting. This is pretty lots of damage coming your way.
Awesome.
Oof. Okay, that's a lot. 6, 12, 18, 26? 26 more piercing damage.
There goes a third of my health.
Yeah, Haleth has a stupid amount of health.
We now have a pincushion revenant.
Whoa, yeah, I was worried for a moment, but this is fun.
I mean, he's expendable, right? Roscoe whispered very, very quietly so as not to require benediction.
That's the point of guest stars.
Now, more arrows come from around behind the obelisk.
For all we know, these arrows are coming from the obelisk.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much, these two really do seem like they're coming from the obelisk. Wow, that's a lot of hits. I'll just roll for both guys at the same time. Okay, that's all hits.
Does healing magic work on undead? I don't know if that's a thing that is addressed.
You are a pincushion as an additional 10, 17, 23, 37, 47 more damage piercing comes your way.
Okay.
Oh, I spoke too soon. Well,
And he's
Oh,
still
no.
up.
Now I am unhappy. Now I am very unhappy.
To Will's point, though, or a question, do we know if healing spells would work on a?
A lot of the standard ones don't.
And now another arrow comes from out of midair, out of the darkness, in the passageway to the east of you, the northern of the two passageways. 2 more arrows. Oh, the second one misses. It actually clinks off of your chainmail harmlessly. So this final arrow that strikes you does another 10 points of piercing damage.
Excellent.
This seems to happen to Saito's characters in every game.
It does, yeah.
Getting pincushioned by a whole bunch of archers somehow always happens to him. Okay. They all did their thing. I'll just make sure. Oh yeah. The doorway bursts open. The doorway closest to you. Let me remove the dynamic lighting thing. And through it rush 2 bugbears. And they're gonna go... Of course, Midge is invisible, so yeah. The most sensible thing for them to do is go after Haleth.
Well, guys, it was great being in the session with you.
Thanks for joining in, Saito. I hope you enjoyed your time.
For tanking like 100 damage for us, we appreciate it.
That one's
Do
gonna rub
revenants
on
get
you.
death saving throws?
If he goes to 0...
I feel like PC revenant should get death saving throws.
Yeah, since he's kind of like a player character right now. I would say, yeah. I'm not going to have him be destroyed right at 0. If he was a monster revenant, then that might be different. So this bugbear runs out and it kind of gets into position. And then the other one runs up, flanking you. And then they both strike. So let's talk about bugbear number 1 here. But even with advantage, his Morning Star, they're wearing hide armor. They do have the Xanathar symbol on them, Midge. And they have shields and Morning Stars. His Morning Star scrapes harmlessly off of the chainmail of your shoulder. And the other one behind you also does not manage to pierce your chainmail.
Excellent. Now I only have 1,000,000 arrows sticking out of me.
Only 1,000,000. Well, the good news is a whole lot of goblins are already dead. The bad news is I'm not done taking turns.
Oh my goodness.
Worst surprise turn ever.
Okay. I think we're good to go for now. You got a couple bugbears flanking Haleth, and you don't see any other enemies at this time. Which means I think we can go to the actual first round of combat after the surprise round.
And what a surprise it was.
Which makes it Midge's turn.
Man.
They are unaware of you still.
I mentally went through about like 3 different things I could have done, and then Haleth just kept getting hit.
He looks like he's been pretty ripped to shreds by many, many arrows in him, but he's still somehow standing.
Yeah, gotta rethink this.
It's really
Midge
good
would...
that he went in first, actually. It's really good. If it would have been
Midge
somebody
would call
else.
out, hey, Haleth, you, healing magic, does that work on you, or what? What's the deal? And she's just invisibly calling this out as he's surrounded by...
I know not if healing magic works on me. I only know the cold touch of death envelops me, and the fires of vengeance!
Alright, well, when he says that...
I would say, you know what your own spells do. You know that your spell, like if you're going to use Healing Word, for example, and I think it's the same for Cure Light Wounds, I think they explicitly don't work on undead.
That's correct.
Oh,
now,
that's not great.
I'm not sure about Healing Spirit.
Is this accurate that each square is 10 feet?
No, each square is supposed to be 5 feet.
Okay, cool. In that case... Oh, then I didn't even have to move and this would have worked, but that's fine. I guess I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna cast Flaming Sphere at level 2. And I want it to be, because I saw a bunch of stuff coming from that obelisk, I want it to be like right. And it should cast bright light in a 20-foot radius, and then dim light for an additional 20. And that makes me no longer invisible.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab a token for a something here. I don't... Really? No assets found?
And I think with the rest of my movement, I can actually get right there.
Alright, can you guys see that? Fireball looking thing?
No.
I don't know where it is, so it just might be out of the line of sight.
No.
Okay, it could be on the GM layer. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Alright, you should be able to control that, Tiffany, so you can put it exactly where you want it.
Okay, I gotta move back. So yeah, I have it right there.
Okay. So you,
Can I?
you summon forth a flaming sphere, and then what else did you do?
And then I moved, but the sphere sheds light. It sheds 20-foot radius of bright light and then 20 dim.
Interesting. In that case... You can now see one of those Gloomstalkers, the ones with the spiky mohawks and the skull makeup painted on their faces. You could see one in that back corner there pretty clearly.
You can use your bonus action to ram it then.
And also... Haleth can see another one.
Oh ho ho.
Although Midge can't see that one because it's hiding basically behind the obelisk. So, but Haleth can see it. But you can see the one because it doesn't have anything to hide behind from where it is now.
Perfect. In that case, I would love to ram a fireball into it. Or a flaming sphere.
I mean, fireball works too, right?
Like a mini fireball. So I'd slam into that friend over there.
Alright. Ram the goblin.
Where is my... Oh, I guess I don't have a thing for it. I'll make one. But it is 2d6 on a failed dex save. And my DC for that would be...
I'm just reading in the Discord right now about green bean sneezing. Sounds rough.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Sounds painful.
It was a little chunky.
Ew.
Lovely.
No.
Alright, so it needs to make a dex save, you claim.
Yes, or take 8 whole fire damage.
It got a 15.
It takes 4 whole fire damage.
Alright, 4 damage to the Goblin Gloomstalker with... You notice it does not make a sound. It grits its teeth as there's a sizzling sound and a little bit of smoke, but it doesn't yell out like the other goblins. It's very disciplined.
And then Midge would reiterate, leave something alive this time.
Alright. Anything else on your turn?
No, that's it.
Just realized I haven't put the battle music on. It's battle music time.
Dun, dun, dun.
'Cause
So
you're in
Roscoe steps up
Actually,
15 feet and apparently...
Hold on. It's not Roscoe's turn yet. I know it looks like it's Roscoe's turn, but actually it is not.
Okay.
There is somebody hidden that gets to go first. So, we're now shedding 20 feet of bright light from that thing, right?
Yeah, I think you can actually make it shed light. Maybe I can make it shed light since I can control it.
I think it should be shedding light now.
Oh, yeah, you did it. I gave it an aura. That's what I did. Nice.
So, this little guy... You see another one of these Gloomstalkers kind of peek around the corner. This corner here. It's no longer invisible because of the light. And it... In fact, it's not going to fire any arrows. It's gonna run. Okay, so what you see is a Gloomstalker come bursting around the corner directly north of Midge. And it comes running right past her, through the doorway. Now, it has used a disengage this turn, so you don't get an opportunity attack against it as it runs past you, nimbly dodging. It runs... I assume you're still watching it as it kind of goes past you. It goes through the doorway, leaps through the air, and then turns and runs around the corner to the north. And now it's Roscoe's turn.
Okay. Roscoe was about to move, and then he had to like stop and think for a second, apparently. So, 1, 2, 3.
That's
Roscoe
difficult
will step
terrain,
up.
by the way, going over the bodies.
Okay, so that's up to 20 feet of Roscoe's movement now. When Roscoe gets close, does he sense the presence of the far realms from at least this bugbear?
Which one are you looking at? Let's
I'm
see,
closest
that
to the one at
is-
Haleth, which I think is the only one that my range will let me.
You do not, but you actually are close enough to sense the presence of the far realm, the strange tingling sensation in your stomach from the other bugbear, not the one right next to you.
All right, Roscoe will shout out that the far bugbear is another one of the brain things. Probably safer as a bugbear for now. Don't kill it.
Lovely.
Brain puppies.
And with that, Roscoe will kind of draw his hand along the elven blade that he has, and that sort of crackling green energy again will disperse along it, and he will basically, as this bugbear is sort of turning to Harry Haleth, stab it up under sort of like the back leather armor piece or straps or whatever arm this thing has, in an attempt to attack it. And there is a crit.
Nice, nice.
So, how does 21, 28, 34 damage feel for that thing?
That is a lot of damage. Not quite enough to kill it, but you very nearly killed it in one blow.
So Roscoe basically comes up and like whispers, "You stand in my way, Takakosa. Time to fall. And he's going to like then again like do that, and this like green crackling energy will sort of like retract along with the blade as he pulls it out, and like have this like lasting green tether attached to this creature. Should it try to move, it will again take some damage. And we know that some arrows came from down south. Is that correct? To attack Haleth?
I'm not sure that anybody really knows that except for Midge and Haleth.
Okay, then with Roscoe's vision, I can see a little bit of it. Is there one sort of around this Oh, I guess that's a weird lighting thing. Well, I would have seen a bunch of arrows coming up and striking him at least from a southerly direction, right?
Okay, hold on. So you have Devil's Sight, right? And it's 120 feet?
That's correct.
Okay, then let me think about what you can and can't see here. You can see... one right there. To the east, down the hallway. Do you see it?
Yes, I do. So I've used 20 feet of movement.
Bugbear howls in pain and almost falls. His knees almost buckle. It manages to catch itself, holding its Morning Star up to push itself back to its full standing position. And it looks back at you with hate and pain in its eyes. So what else?
Roscoe's gonna grin and step down here as 25 movement. As he's like about to reach out to do an attack, he swashbucklers, so he kind of nimbly dodges away. And I'm going to start moving towards this one over here. So that's 30 feet of my movement right here. Do I see anything to the south otherwise?
You don't. Okay,
so then Roscoe is going to say, I'm going to start tracking the ones off to this side, and move. He's going to use his bonus action to dash and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and get right here and kind of stare down the goblin that is facing him. And that is his turn.
All right, good. The one in front of you that you're approaching just kind of snarls at you, shows you its teeth, which are surprisingly white and clean for a goblin. Normally their teeth are very yellow and disgusting. And it gives you a little short nod as it recognizes that you can see it. Alright, let's see what this guy's gonna do. This is the one that can be seen by Haleth in the northernmost corner. Well, it doesn't want to have anything to do with that ball of fire. It's going to do something very similar to what the other one did that ran around the corner. It doesn't fire any arrows, it just runs. And it just sprints. It kind of runs across the bodies of the goblins. That slows it down a little bit, but it seems to move very quickly. In fact, from what you've seen by watching these goblins run, the Gloomstalkers, they seem to be running faster than should be possible for regular goblins, almost as though their speed were aided by some sort of magic.
So you're saying they're traveling at impossible speeds?
Ludicrous speeds! So it runs around the corner. And that's all it does. Okay, then we have this one's turn. It's gonna pop out. And nobody can see it because it's outside of the radius of the light from the fireball. constantly switching back and forth from GM layer to token layer. It gets confusing sometimes, sorry. I'm like, why can't I move this? It's gonna take a shot. Is Midge still invisible, or did she get...
No, she would have lost that from casting a spell.
Right, okay. Then an arrow comes flying out of the darkness
No,
from
she
the...
wouldn't have. Roscoe cast
Oh,
the
that's-
invisible spell.
Well, no, I think
either
the action still
way.
breaks you from it.
Yeah.
I can link it again.
Yeah, either way, I think if you cast a spell, it'll break.
Right, so you're no longer invisible. Okay. So you're no longer concentrating then, Roscoe.
Yep.
So an arrow comes flying out of the darkness from the hallway to the north of the two eastern hallways. Not the one that Roscoe's in, but the hallway north of there, where some dead goblins are. It comes from the vicinity of the dead goblins, a little further east than where the dead goblins are, and it comes at you, Midge. .22 to hit. The arrow pierces you right in the meaty part of your upper leg for
Sure does.
only 8 points of piercing damage. By the way, everybody that had the aid spell cast on them, that is still in effect and will be for another 2.5 hours.
I also have this this 5 temp. I don't know where it came from.
That
Heroism statue.
was from the heroism statue and is gone, so you don't have that anymore.
Okay. Get rid of that. Oh man, my luck with con checks are not good. I need to be a warcaster like yesterday. That flaming sphere.
Did you fail the... Oh, you failed the save to
Yeah, I didn't
concentrate.
Get 10.
Ouch. That sucks. It's the
If I had
moonbeam all over
advantage, I
again.
would have, but that's fine.
Warcaster's pretty good. Alright,
Yeah, I
well,
need more level to get it.
that means no more light over there, which sucks. And it's that guy's turn, who now is again in the invisible darkness, unseeable by anyone except for Roscoe, who also can't see him right now because there's walls in the way, but nobody else can see him. He's gonna take a shot at Haleth.
Yay.
An arrow flies out of the darkness from the north up by the obelisk. And it does hit. 5 damage plus a d6 for Hunter's Mark. That's it. Or, I mean, from the unknown magical effect. Ooh, max damage on that. So 11 more piercing damage as a well-placed arrow bites into Haleth's back.
There is some good news in all this, though. Technically, I can't be destroyed unless they do fire or radiant damage to me. I literally can't die.
It's true. He's pretty awesome.
So he can just stay with us, right?
I could be your revenant buddy.
Finally, it is Sardick's turn.
Okay. Get out of there, lad. You're a sitting duck. I can't do much for you. And Sardick will go up here, and he's just going to bring his warhammer down on this bugbear. I'm assuming he can't see anything else at this besides the other bugbear.
Correct.
If
You
you
can only
step-
see 2 bugbears.
If you step 1 to your left, you get advantage on it. Just the...
Oh, that's true. Sure.
He's standing on top of the other dead goblin.
Oh, didn't need it anyway.
A crushing blow. How do you want to do this?
Okay, so he yells out to Hal to watch his back and to get out of there before he's overcome. And he's just going to kind of rush past Katrin and Ara, jump on top of the goblin with his warhammer held high and just bring it down, cracking upon the skull of this bugbear and causing it to drop to the ground.
And it does. It goes down. It was on its last legs, nearly murdered in one blow by the devastating attack of Roscoe, and you just come up and finish it off, and its skull just cracks open like a melon dropped on the pavement. Uh-oh.
Just a reminder, the other one's a brain puppy.
Oh, I hate when I put them on map layer and they disappear.
If you move the map to the bottom, then they'll reappear again. So if you right click on the map and then select... Uh-oh, I don't know what that did.
Does the map look normal for everybody now?
Yep.
Yeah, map is back to normal. Not sure where the tokens are.
Alright, cool, thanks. Are you doing anything else on your turn, Sardick?
Sardick considers summoning a spiritual weapon, but he can't really... he decides not to do it against the intellect of our hosted one. So no.
I'm just putting those guys on the map layer so that it's easier to grab them versus you guys when you're standing on them or whatever. Okay. Good turn, Sardick. Who is this? Which one just died?
When you mouse over, it's the one next to Roscoe, it looks like. Unless I'm mistaken about something that's...
Oh no, we still have some hidden figures.
It's a good movie.
It actually was a good movie.
Ugh, God.
What movie?
Hidden Figures.
Roscoe peered through the veil and watched the movie in this time.
Alright. It's so good that it shows you which one is which when you mouse over on the turn order, otherwise I'd be so confused. Because I can't always see their labels, because their labels get cut off by other people's labels and stuff. Alright, so this one is now in Blessed Darkness. Well, I hate to do it to you, but... So, another arrow comes at Haleth from... this corner to the north up here.
Oh boy.
Oh, but unfortunately for the goblin, its arrow flies wide. Connecting with nothing.
You sound just broken up about it.
Super broken up. Okay, now the one that's visible to Roscoe and no one else in the hallway, the one right in front of Roscoe, has nothing to do with Roscoe and his deadly, deadly blade. So he's gonna run. Alright, then we got some more invisible dudes. Various ninjas. Alright, Bugbear Fighter 10 is still alive. Standing next to Haleth. He just saw his fellow Bugbear just get wrecked. He doesn't have anybody to flank with. He's standing there alone with his ass hanging out, basically. But he knows he cannot surrender. He's going to just try to attack Haleth. But his Morning Star again fails to penetrate Haleth's trusted chainmail. So he's going to take his action surge and try again. Ooh, I rolled 2 1s. Two 1s on that attack roll. So I would say with a terrible roll like that, he loses his grip. Unfortunately, his hairy palm is sweaty, loses his grip on his Morning Star, and it clatters to the floor at his feet, and he looks embarrassed.
Mom spaghetti.
Arrgh. Xanathar Guild will kill you all! Eventually.
With what weapon?
Finally, it's Ara's turn.
Alright, so she's going to move up here. And she obviously sees nothing except for the bugbear.
Correct.
And despite her trust issues of the brain puppy, she sees that her new bunny ear quote friend is basically become a massive pincushion. So she's just going to... Hey, can I reach? No, I can't. Alright, so she's just going to throw some magic missile just to kind of damage him and get him down a little. No intent to kill. So we got 1, 2, 3.
So 12 damage?
Yes.
Alright, your magical missiles, silvery, radiant bolts of light, sail through the air, striking 1, 2, 3 in a diagonal line across the bugbear's chest, knocking it back a step. Grits its teeth and glares hatefully.
I know. Dirty drow. I get it.
It actually does say... It actually does say, "Oh, why does there always have to be drow?"
Why do there always have to be bugbears?
It's a good question. Anything else?
No, that is the end of her turn.
Alright, finally Haleth gets a turn. At the start of your turn, you regenerate 10 hit points.
We were scrambling to figure out how to heal him.
Alright, first off, question. Does Hal think that if he were to pick up that Morning Star that it would do more damage than his own hands? Because he's basically just got his fists.
You think it would do the same amount of damage?
Okay. Well, I think
Your fists are pretty brutal.
Yeah, I think at this point, Haleth is just going to attack the bugbear. So, attack 1. And attack 2.
Well, the first blow is easily deflected by the bugbear's shield. The second, however, does land. So you give it a good fierce crack in the ribs. There's a little bit of a crunching sound, and it jerks to the side, spits out a glob of blood. I'm gonna put you back in the grave, whatever you are. You doing anything else?
I don't think so. I think that basically all I can do right about now.
Alright. You do know that
Oh,
Harrowing
as a
Word
bonus,
is a bonus action, right?
Oh, okay, it's a bonus action. Oh, in that case, then I will also use Harrowing Word now. Screw it, I'll do it to heal myself. So let's see how much it heals. 10 points.
So 10 more points, and you've got that 6 more times.
Yep. I'm gonna put that down here.
Yeah, so I remember what I told you. You don't really have to worry too much about healing the Revenant, because he's kind of got himself covered for the most part.
Roscoe will not spend his healing spells on the Revenant.
Nice. Warlock healing.
Yeah, there's a way it could have happened, but I did not take the Radiant Tree.
You're going to stand where you are, Saito?
I guess yeah, I guess I can back up, and I guess Haleth will sort of just move over here next to Sardick.
Are you going to provoke an opportunity attack?
Yep.
Okay. He doesn't have his Morning Star right now, so he just has to try to punch you. He does hit you with his meaty, furry fist, but I'm not sure how much damage that'll do. It certainly won't be his normal damage.
It's
so
normally 1 plus his strength, unless he has a modifier that can make it higher.
yeah, right. So 4 points of damage is all he does.
Okie dokes.
Alright, finally it's Katrin's turn at the end of round 1. She is going to come charging forward. And try to attack his bugbear. She's going to fly into a rage. Ah!
As Katrin runs by, Midge is also yelling out, "Don't kill it, just knock it out!"
So sick of these things! So sick of them! And she's just frothing at the mouth as she lets the spirit of Valgaro consume her and take her into a berserker frenzy. She'll do a reckless attack. Attacking with strength. And that will hit. For 18 damage because she's raging. Yeah, she got that extra die of sneak attack now too.
And rolled well.
And what?
And rolled well. I still need to teach her how to use that rapier, but...
18. Hey, that's exactly what the bugbear had left.
Does she get her her sneak attack if there's no allies?
Yes, because she
Oh,
attacked
she-
recklessly, which gave her advantage.
Yeah.
Now,
It works out pretty well with the barbarian rogue thing.
Can't the... this is just a question here, but couldn't the intellect devour, if its host goes unconscious, just decide to dump its host anyways?
What do you mean?
Well, like, if you just try and knock out... The intellect devour isn't, like, technically part of the thing. Couldn't it just, jump out the second that
Oh,
you
yeah.
brought...
It can leave whenever it wants.
Yeah, so... I don't know if non-lethal will actually do any good.
Unfortunately...
Midge is trying to get a Xanathar guild member to...
That is not on the spectrum.
since literally the moment we've met them, and so far to no success.
It's just that if this one is, if we all know it has something in it, an intellect devour in it, this would probably be the worst one to pick to try and capture.
Unfortunately, even though you said that, Katrin is raging, and she was overcome with the spirit of fury and did not do non-lethal. She just killed it. She stabs her
It's
dagger
alright.
up under its
Poor
its
Midge.
chin, the blade going
There's-
up into its brain. There's a shudder, and it slides off of her blade, leaving.
Maybe
it
one of the
covered with
fireball
blood.
goblins is just playing dead. There's a chance.
Well, there's a lot of Gloomstalkers around still.
Just a reminder, I need to take a quick break in 3 minutes.
All right.
So if you need to fill me with more arrows or anything like that...
Nice.
So, Katrin, after finishing that one off, Chris, she's basically used her movement, but she is a rogue, so she could do a bonus action dash. Except
I think
she
she
used her
needed a
bonus
bonus
action
action
to
to
rage, so she can't do anything. She's done.
I feel a strange kinship with you, strange dwarf.
A wonderful creature has now appeared.
I remember when you said that against me when I was only level 3.
It doesn't make a lot of sense in character, but for legacy purposes, I'm gonna say that Intellect Devourers did something terrible to Halath earlier in his life, and they will count as creatures against which you have sworn vengeance.
Yes! Yes!
That's pretty awesome.
Saito has a very special relationship with Intellect Devourers.
Just hopefully none of us are Azure.
Okay, so it actually gets its turn right now, conveniently. So it's gonna pop into existence somewhere. Which is where? Well, it's gonna go right for Katrin. So it pops into existence on top of the corpse of that goblin over there, and it attempts to devour Katrin's intellect. She has to make an intelligence saving throw. It's not her big thing. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
She does have inspiration, I think, though.
She does, and she will now use it. Which will make it a success.
Quick, guys, do something witty to get the inspiration back.
I walked down the middle of a hallway and got shot full of arrows.
That's not very inspiring.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. I'd like to see you do that and still be standing. I think it's
That's true. He's a bulwark of inspiration and arrows.
exactly right. I'm like Terry Fox, damn it. Shout out to any Canadians out there who get that.
What that inspired was me to stand back.
And it's gonna then move.
We're all crossing our fingers and going, not near me, not near me.
Roscoe's like, bring it, bitch. Let's go.
Where did it go?
Okay,
Such
I just need
growth.
to pop off for a sec. I'll be back.
Alright, yeah, so we might as well all take a brief break.
Okie dokie.
I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial.
Okay.
It's ice time, ice time. Ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. All right, back. All right. I'm back.
Mm.
Aid could bring Haleth back up if you hit 0. Really? Aid, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong.
I had that ready in case things went bad, but yeah.
No undead restriction. It's truth. That's interesting. I think I just found something out. If you have a token which is on the turn tracker, and you move that token to the map layer, it automatically takes it off the turn tracker, I think.
Huh. That's helpful.
Because I don't think I moved those bugbears that died. Off of the turn tracker manually, but they're not on it anymore. Now that I've moved their tokens to the map layer.
Maybe only tokens are allowed to have initiative?
I guess so. Let's see if I can add a pit to the or something that's on the map layer. Yeah, if you right click on something that's on the map layer, you don't even get the add turn option. So only things on token and GM layer get to be on there. Which makes sense.
Yeah, the map layer's probably handled by internal affairs.
Really?
Sure.
All right, back.
Just missed the Nox pun.
You did.
Oh, Nox.
Alright, is everybody back?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe.
Alright, raise your hand if you're not back.
Nevermore isn't back.
That's true, and he
Oh.
doesn't have a hand, so...
Ooh, too
yeah.
soon.
Low blow.
The death of a familiar. It was a sad day. Not that sad of a day in 5th edition, though, compared to old times.
That was a permanent decline to your HP back in olden days.
Midge, it's your turn.
Man, I can't think of anything else to do. I'm gonna flaming spear around that thing. Because I can't see the brain puppy either.
Did you delete that token from
Yeah,
before?
I deleted it, and the moment I deleted it, I was like, ah, shit, I shouldn't have done that. Thank you.
What's the light radius on it?
2020. And I'm gonna move it over here. So when I cast it there, and if anything lights up, I might try to ram it again.
Alright, even with it there, you don't see anything.
Alright, I think bonus action I can move it, so I'll move it this way, and then
You'll move it which way? I can't really see where it... Well, I've got
I just moved it up
this
a little bit.
stupid... Hold on a second. I got this thing on my map that shows the number of the room, and it's like obscuring everything.
And you said that the walking on the goblins and stuff is difficult terrain. So I think I can get there with my movement.
Alright, when you try to move it there, it runs into something. You have inadvertently rammed a goblin. You still can't see it because it's hidden behind the thing, but you see that the sphere has run into something and there's a little bit of a burning sound. The goblin dex save succeeds. So it takes 5 damage, fire?
Yeah, it would only take half. Let me add that into the thing.
So you can't move it that direction. Do you want to leave it where it is now or move it somewhere else?
Yeah, I think if Midge felt like there was resistance there, she would leave.
Alright, so what else are you doing? Anything?
And then I just moved down a little bit, and I'm standing on top of a goblin body right now.
Sounds good.
I'm just going to click this again to see if the thing's correct now. Half damage? Yep, okay.
What did you do?
I just wrote half damage underneath to remember that that's what happens if you save.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see it there now. Alright, nice. Okay, so what's this little fellow going to do?
Mm-mm.
What?
Sorry, I was clearing my throat.
Alright, well... An arrow shoots from out of the darkness to the west of Ara.
Oh no.
And before it does so, Ara feels a strange magical tingle settle upon her.
Ara is going to react and cast shield.
Ooh.
Because she's squishy.
Yeah, because it did hit you. So it gives you +5 to AC?
Yep,
What's your AC with that?
21.
The arrow bounces off the magical shield.
Woo!
And does nothing.
And that is that until my turn.
Alright, it's Roscoe's turn. You see an intellect devourer.
Yes, so I will step out around there. I think I've been talking without push to talk on for a second there, so... Aha.
I think so, because I didn't hear you say anything.
Yikes. Well, Roscoe was going to step around this corner, notice that there's a brain puppy here, yell, "It's back here!" And as this happens, he had been sort of preparing to do something else, but instead you'll see that his arm... So he's got the sword stuck in one hand, the other hand, he basically starts sort of gesturing, and this sort of dark, shadowy extension from like below his forearm sort of starts to like grow out of it, and it sort of envelops his arm into this like weird, shadowy, almost like tentacle-like writhing mass of shadows. So he's cast Shadow Blade with his bonus action, and then he's going to Booming Blade attack with his Shadow Blade against this Intellect Devourer. So will a 23 hit?
Yes, it will.
Awesome. So Roscoe will do 14, 15, 17 psychic damage and 5 thunder damage as this sort of like tentacle-like shadowy mass sort of like lashes out and sort of like attaches into the brain of this creature, and yes, does psychic damage with that.
Ooh. Give the Intellect Devourer a taste of his own medicine. So
Exactly.
So 20.
If he wasn't resistant to anything, then it's 22 damage.
Alright, you hear its scream of pain in your mind. This horrific gurgling sound from the far realm. Something that would be horribly disturbing for most people, but for Roscoe in the grips of his madness, it sounds almost like a lullaby.
Roscoe kind of
Just another
enjoying it,
Thursday.
like pushes, like forces harder with that shadowy mass to get like the last bit of the sneak attack damage, and smiles and says, "Come at." And that is it for his turn.
Very nice. Okay, we've got some friendly people that need to take turns
still
here.
maddening.
Friendly.
Are you extra maddening now?
No, not yet, but I'm getting close.
Okay. So this fellow. Oh, by the way, to the north of you, you see a couple of large tables that have been overturned there, Will.
Okay. Do I see the other Gloomstalker that was running up this way?
You don't, but you do see a couple of dead goblins laying on the ground up above you too, and they don't look like they were killed by fire. Let me see if there's anything else other about this room that I need to tell you about real quick. Yeah, okay, actually it's not a couple of tables, it's two halves of one massive stone table that's been tipped on its side. And I'm not sure if you can see what you can see into that little tunnel right there, but
I can see 3 dead figures. 2 of them look like the typical goblin thing, and the other one I can't really make out. But I don't think I'd be able to see around that corner that well, to be honest, actually, so...
okay, yeah. So you see a couple dead goblins.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Roscoe's pretty preoccupied now, too.
One of
so.
the goblins is missing its head. Alright, what's this one gonna do? What's your passive perception,
Roscoe, or...
Roscoe? Actually, I
14.
guess it doesn't really matter what it is. Never mind. Actually, hold on. Okay.
Oh, also just for clarification, I assumed I was in darkness because we haven't had light before, which is why I had advantage. I didn't say that out loud, but if I wasn't in darkness, then it would have been the 19 and no sneak.
No, it is total darkness over here.
Okay.
With you in the inactive hour. Alright, an arrow comes from out of the northern eastern hallway at Ara. Of course, you have... maybe not. Maybe it'll go after Haleth. Hold on, Roll20's being a little bit slow for me.
What is the northern eastern hallway? Is it this thing right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, an arrow comes out of that hallway towards Haleth.
Yeah.
19, it will hit you for... So, it bites in deep and you feel that extra spike of pain from the magic that lingers upon you. 12 more points of piercing damage for Haleth as it bites into the back of your calf. Alright, what about... Who's this one? Okay, that one there. And another one comes from the same spot. Also pierces through the chainmail right underneath your collarbone for another 8 points of piercing damage.
Love it.
And which one is this? Oh, that one. Okay. I need to remember... Hold on a second. Token problems. Alright, an arrow from the obelisk, from the southeast corner of the obelisk, comes flying out at Haleth as well. And it does hit. For 11 more piercing damage. As it rips its way across your cheekbone, leaving a gash in your pale, undead flesh, letting some sort of substance ooze out. And it is Sardick's turn at last.
Based on Sardick's position, would he be able to see any of the goblins up here if they're illuminated by the sphere? I don't know if it would affect what he would do.
Right now he doesn't, but... Let me see something.
You could make on the light layer like a shape around the obelisk.
I was literally just about to do that, yeah. Yeah. Because I'm trying to figure out. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't know how to actually create dynamic lighting things.
If you're on the dynamic lighting layer and you just do draw shape, you can just draw a rectangle, and it should work like a pillar or something.
Okay, let's try it. Did it work?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no, everything went
Yeah.
black for me over there.
Okay,
Sorry,
cool.
just moving
Because
around
so
to
now
see
I'm looking at the light. I'm looking at the what would be the vision of the ball of fire itself, and I can see what area its light does not go into. Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of harder for you guys to tell since you've got all these overlapping things with your dark vision and this and that. But basically, the exact opposite sort of corner of the obelisk, that area is not illuminated. Anyway, Sardick, it is your turn. You don't see any goblins.
Okay. Did he see where the arrows came from? Did he at least perceive that?
Yes. The first two arrows that came out came from over here. The hallway came from this dead goblin vicinity over here in the hallway, the northernmost of the two eastern hallways. The third arrow came from the southeast corner of the obelisk, which is an area that's still shrouded in darkness because it blocks the light of the flaming sphere.
Okay. Alright, Sardick's going to go ahead and he's going to go up here and begin walking along the walls as far as he can go. And he's going to try and see if he can perceive anything.
Alright. So far you haven't perceived anything. You don't have a light source, right? You're just dark visioning it?
Right, that's it.
Okay. You don't perceive anything. Is that your whole turn?
No, not. Let me think here. Okay.
Of course, you don't have to worry about difficult terrain from the dead goblins because you're walking on the wall.
Exactly. Sardick is going to kind of look around this hallway, and he knows that there were arrows that are being shot around here. And damn you! Your brethren did this to me in the other place. Damn it! Get back, I say! Mother, help me! Help me smite them! And he's going to kind of focus and he's going to turn himself into chanting a hymn and starting singing. All around the sky tuned, they are watching. And the air will begin to shimmer and ripple as sort of radiant creatures begin bursting into existence.
That sounds good.
As a whole host of angelic bovinic spirit guardians just suddenly make themselves appear in the air 15 feet around him in all directions.
And that moves with you, right?
It does move with me.
Hey.
And that area just happens to be difficult terrain for anyone who's not in the party.
For all those bullies.
Which creatures that you can see are you designating to be unaffected by it?
He will designate... actually, he can't designate Roscoe not to be, because he can't see him.
You can
That's
designate
okay.
the rest of the party, though, it looks like.
The rest of the party he can designate.
So Roscoe would hypothetically be affected by this.
Yes.
And not know.
Speed is halved in the area, and when it enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it has to make a save. Ooh.
So I'm hoping they're like hiding up behind this wall up here, and that's gonna have an effect.
Nice, okay. So you cast that, and the spirit guardians come into life. What do they look like?
They look like angelic bovinic creatures that They were just sort of frolicking and playing around, and then they realized that, wait a minute, there's other people that are seeing them. They're noticing the other party. It's almost like children that have been caught playing by an adult, so they kind of stop and look for a moment, and then they just go right back to radiantly gallivanting around.
I'm just imagining these cows with wings that are like too small, but they're still flying anyway.
Pretty much.
Alright, do you do anything else?
That'll do it.
Alright, what about these guys? So, Midge, you're actually pretty shocked to discover, as you hear with your eagle ears, you hear the sound of soft-furred feet coming up quickly behind you on the stone.
Ooh.
And as you look back, you're rather alarmed to see that a bugbear fighter has come right up behind you. And is immediately going to use his extra action thing. What's it called? Action surge? His action surge to attack you. I think it has advantage for any reason. So, it misses badly, its morning star clanging against the wall, attracting everyone's attention. And next is this one over here that starts his turn next to the ball of fire. What does that do to him?
If they start their turn there, I think they have to make a dex save again, but I'm going to click the spell so you can see.
Oh, it's if they end their turn. So just starting his turn doesn't actually hurt him. Alright, so he starts his turn next to the ball and is in bright light. Still hidden behind the pillar, but not liking this light. So this one is going to run his little behind off. And just like the one that you saw before, he actually dashes out from around the pillar. For a moment, you can see him in the light cast by the flaming ball. And he runs over towards Ara. Through the door. And into the darkness beyond.
So when he ran past me, did I see him or no?
Let me see something.
Did he go, like, so he went around the other corner of the flaming sphere, like the other area of the obelisk?
Yeah, he came around the northeast corner, then down to the southeast corner, then diagonal across the room.
In that case, I believe he's been embraced by bovinity.
Let me see, 15 feet, right?
Sardick can give himself an aura, then we would be able to see his whatchamacallit, spirit guardians.
That's actually going to change things. Because the spirits are clearly visible as a sort of aura flitting around doing God knows what. So maybe he's kind of trapped there, actually. He can't get past the flaming ball. He's not about to go running into that nonsense. So he'll move up to this corner, which is still in darkness, so he still can't be seen. And he'll just attack Haleth.
Of course.
But this time, the arrow deflects harmlessly off Haleth's chainmail, causing no harm. Alright, number 10. Where is he at? Oh, this one. And this bugbear is the one that just ran up on Midge. And this bugbear Midge, to your surprise, another bugbear comes running around that corner and dashing up the hallway towards you. But it stops right there. And then to your surprise, maybe you're not that surprised anymore, a third bugbear comes running around that corner, and now you can see all three of them there, just to the southwest of Midge. Ara's turn.
Alright, so Ara moves past over this dead body, so that's 10. And then she moves through these two. And she says, "Hi guys!" And she is going to cast this at actually second level. I don't know why it didn't ask me if I wanted to. Can I? Yes. So it'll be that much more.
So Burning Hands, 19 damage on all three of those guys?
Yep, and they have to make a dex save of 15 or half damage.
Alright. Let's see how they do. The first one makes it. The second one fails. The third one fails. So the two in the back are going to take 19 fire damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one in the front's going to take 9. So these bugbears growl in fury and pain, putting out the flames, staring daggers at Ara. Kill the drow!
And Ara realizes her mistake of getting that close and goes, ah, shit. And that's the end of her turn.
Okay. It's Haleth's turn. He regenerates 10 hit points.
Sure does. So, you're saying that Haleth is filled with the same vengeance and bloodlust for the intellect devourers as he is for his ex-companions?
Yes.
Okay, well, Haleth is just going to be going after them then. And he's going to dash. So let's see here. Do, 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 do.
Goblin body was difficult terrain, just so you know.
Yep.
Roscoe has like, oh god, it's you.
See a furious-looking undead running at you.
And runs there. And then with my bonus action, I am going to use Vengeful Glare, or not Vengeful Glare, that's another thing. One second. Harrowing Word on the Intellect Devourer.
Alright, so that's a attack roll. 17. Let's see. That hits. 15 necrotic damage.
As Haleth just points at him. You.
So the dark fell energies of undeath, the twisting of your divine energies that you had as a cleric, now turned into this power of pure vengeance and rot, begin to eat away at the flesh of the intellect devourer, and the plates of its hardened chitin begin to fall off as it seems to shrivel up before you, but it still remains alive. Doing anything else? I guess
Nope.
that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Alright, so Katrin's turn at last. She is in the Spirit Guardians, but of course it's not harming her. She's just enjoying seeing all the little bovines play. Oh, they're so cute! Makes me want to kill! So, she's still in a rage, and she sees these new bugbears have entered the scene. So she's gonna run over there. And try to hit the one next to Midge. Unfortunately, she doesn't have flanking. She doesn't give a shit. She's raging. She's going to do aggressive attack again, or whatever it's called. Reckless. So 19 will hit. Ooh, thanks, sneak attack. And she gets 2 more for raging and using strength, so 13. She runs up and just plunges her dagger into the shoulder of the bugbear and just rips and opens a gash. Blood is gushing out. The bugbear snarls at her angrily. You're all gonna die! Xanathar will kill you all! And Katrin yells back, that's not gonna save you! And she is done.
Roscoe is going to use Awakened Mind and sort of try to taunt this thing into attacking him. Say, don't you want to try a piece of my brain here?
Okay. Well, it has no desire to fuck with the brain of an undead at this point, I don't think, so it is going to attempt to eat the brain of Roscoe. So go ahead and make a intelligence saving throw.
So I have a question for you, because this is going to change whether I use inspiration or not. Headband of Intellect just sets my intelligence to a score.
That's correct.
Does that mean my score can be drained?
Yeah, it can still be affected. It just means
Okay.
you have an 18 instead of whatever you would have had, or 19 or whatever it gives you.
All right. I will still use the inspiration then.
It's not going to help you.
Oh, well.
So don't use the inspiration, because that would still be a fail.
Okay.
Alright, well, and actually, before it does that, I just saw that it can actually do both. So it does that, but it also attacks you with his claws at the same time. 22 to hit. So it slashes out at you with its little claws for 7 points of slashing damage. And as you're feeling that sting, it tries to use that distraction to slip into your mind. And you feel that your mind is strong, but somehow... Wait, what's the Constitution save for?
Concentration
for concentration.
Still have it, though.
And you feel this psychic pain eating away at your intellect. So this is going to deal... Oh, it doesn't roll the damage for me. Oh, it's really low damage, though. 4 points of psychic damage, but you do need to make another concentration for that. Okay, you got it. So 4 points of psychic damage. Too bad you didn't get that on the other save, right?
I know.
You also need to roll 3d6. What's your intelligence?
Base intelligence is 14, but my modified intelligence is 9.
Oh, it's 19? Yeah, you don't even have to roll that then, because it can't. It can't get a 19, so... I mean, you can't get a 19 on the 3d6, so it doesn't matter. So, you're safe. Just does a little bit of psychic damage to you. And then it's going to teleport. To somewhere.
And that... Would that trigger Booming Blade, or no?
Let me see the description of Booming Blade.
Can't willingly move, or it takes 1d8, well, 2d8 thunder damage. So...
I'm not sure if teleportation counts as movement or not.
I don't think it does, technically. Otherwise, like, attacks of opportunity would count.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think it does either. Alright, so it will just teleport. And it's on the other side of this laying down table half now. So it has, essentially it has total cover from your current position. Oh, and after that's a bonus action. Then it can actually still... Oh, but if it moves, though, it's still going to trigger the Booming Blade, right?
Yes, it will.
Okay. It's just going to sit tight. Midge, it's your turn.
I've been looking at my spells, and they're almost all concentration, which blows. So up here, where the fire is, I'm just gonna move it in. I'm just gonna kind of move it around. So 5, 10, 15.
Okay, if you move it to there, you can now see... Well... Actually, I need to check. Wow, okay. You still can't see anybody there.
Just gonna keep moving it then. That would be 25. Actually, I think I'd probably move it like right. Oh.
Did you move it in the exact path that you just did?
Yep.
Alright, it doesn't run into anything.
It's also not showing anything either. Because from where I'm standing, I should be able to... Like, what it's lighting up, I should actually be able to see.
Yeah, you can see that area. You just don't see a goblin in it.
Cool. Then to this down here. Oh man. Think I'm just gonna try to make it itchy.
Which one?
The one right here.
Right next to you?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so that's a Constitution save. It fails.
So it takes 10 poison, and then it moves south.
Alright, so it can't move directly south because there's somebody in the way, so it'll move southwest instead. So it's, bugs! Bugs! They're on me! And it's like scratching and clawing at itself. And it tries to get away.
And I'm actually going to take his spot down here. And that's going to be it.
Alright. That one looks really badly hurt now. Looks like he's on his last legs. Alright, here we go. Alright, Sardick. It's time for your favorite experience. An
Yay.
arrow comes from the darkness, from the doorway to the west.
Okay. Okay.
And it does strike you for 9 points of piercing damage as it sinks right into your side, and you feel the arrowhead jab into your hip bone.
Ah, damned arrows!
Roscoe's turn.
So we've exchanged between Haleth and Roscoe here on this side, and basically Haleth saying that the brain is his. Yeah, Roscoe's going to step 1, 2, 3. Do I actually see anything of the fight over there that looks concerning to me?
Okay, wait. You moved up to right there?
Yeah, so 15 feet of movement, but now I can actually see some into the other room. Do I see any of the Gloomstalkers?
Yeah, you see 2 of them right there.
How close are they to me? Okay. Roscoe at first headed towards the Intellect Devourer. We'll look back at Haleth and have a moment. It's like, fine, but these 2 are mine. And he's going to step 1 more here. Are we still in darkness or dim?
You know, you just entered the zone.
That's difficult terrain for you also.
Oh wait, I would see that though, right? I don't have to.
You do see it. You do see it, and I think you sort of understand that it could be harmful to you.
Okay. Instead, then, I will use a bonus action to throw, quote unquote, my Shadow Blade. But what really happens is basically the tentacle sort of like shoots out and latches off, hitting the Gloomstalker that is closest to me. And I still have advantage if I'm in darkness, so I still have all of my modifiers except for Booming Blade.
I don't think you can throw it.
I can.
Does it say that? Oh, it says
does.
if you drop the weapon or throw it.
So it is within 20 feet, and I'm still in darkness, so I should have advantage still. So
You do.
25. and that will deal. Oh yeah, it's all psychic damage. So 19 psychic damage to the closest one to me.
All right. How do you want to do this?
So this sort of like shadowy tendril of energy like shoots off of Roscoe's left hand and kind of like wraps around and like dives into the forehead of this goblin and kind of like sinks in there, and it has like this sort of like spasm before it just falls over dead, shrieking a little bit. And Roscoe, not wanting to step into the darkness, or sorry, not the darkness, the bovine things, will... Oh, I take it back. My apologies. Step backwards this way, and as a bonus attack, do a offhand attack with the edge of the Mage Slayer. So this will not be at advantage. Yeah, so it's just an attack right now. So 18, and it only does the 6 damage plus 1, so 7 damage for being a magic weapon.
Pretty sure you have to have the offhand property on a weapon to attack with it offhand, unless you have.
Oh wait, so okay. So
either the feet or the.
So the way that I can do it is the Shadow Blade counts as an offhand weapon. The Shadow Blade is a light weapon and counts as the offhand weapon in this, and the normal sword would be the main hand. So if you want me to like flip the order of the attacks, if that makes sense. Sorry, I had this figured out in my head. The Edge of the Mage Slayer isn't light, but the Shadow Blade is light. So the Shadow Blade can count as the offhand weapon.
They both have to be light, though.
Okay, then I will just take that back and not worry about it. And bonus action, reform the Shadow Blade. And that can be it.
Okay. So you killed that guy outright. One-shotted. Very nice.
Actually, I'll still move up to next to this thing. But that'll be it for me.
All right. Bloomstalker, number 9.
Oh wait, sorry. I thought we did say that this was a light weapon, that the elven blade thing was a light weapon.
Let me see.
Because it was not a traditional weapon.
Well, it's a finesse weapon. I think...
Doesn't it have the stats of a scimitar?
Yeah, it counts as a scimitar. A scimitar is light, right?
I believe so. I thought I had this figured out at one point, and I don't remember how I had figured it out.
Yeah, scimitar is light. Scimitar is light, and so is Shadow Blade. So you can do it.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion. Will you let me take that 7 damage on the thing?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, where is that damage?
What damage? Oh, so if you mouse over the slashing damage at the bottom from Edge of the Mage Slayer, you can see that I wouldn't get my ability score modifier, so it would be the rolled 6,
right.
but then +1 because it's a magic weapon, and I wouldn't have sneak
I get
attack.
It. Well, in any case, that is more than you needed to kill it. So how do you want to do this? Paleth is going fist.
Sorry. No, Roscoe didn't say that. So Roscoe, like, kind of still in this anger, comes up behind this this intellect devourer that's sort of cowering behind the thing, and it's a pretty small creature. So he basically like reaches the scimitar up and slashes downward, slicing the thing in half along the middle.
And it goes into 2 pieces. Shudders. And both pieces lie perfectly still. You've been robbed! Halethgark. Still,
I
you
know.
feel a grim satisfaction knowing that something that you hate has left this world.
That was supposed to be my catharsis. Not just as Haleth. Not just...
Look, that thing could have taken any of us if it had the chance to go again.
Alright, this little guy. Bonus action disengage.
I think it has to take the damage from the spirits.
Oh yeah, it's starting its turn. Can you link the spirits thing again?
Sure.
So it's starting its turn. Has to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. 12. Fails. So it's going to take... how much damage?
6.
6 radiant damage. As the spectral angelic cows are searing it with bovine light. It makes no sounds. It just grits its teeth in pain. Glares at Sardick. But the Gloomstalkers are professionals. Now, its speed is halved in the area. Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, it's going to have to spend 2 squares of movement to go there. And 2 to go there. Five. It's going to move to here. And it's going to shoot at Haleth.
Of course it is. They all basically have the version of vengeance, but it's against me.
Well, you're the one they put their hunter's marks on, so they want to keep shooting you. Oh, critical hit.
Ooh, wait, did it have to roll for concentration, though? Just in
No,
case?
that's not. It's not a concentration spell. Wait, maybe it is. Is
I think
it?
it is.
I believe so.
It is. You're right. Okay, so let me do that. $18 on the con save, so it's good on that, but that's really low damage roll though for the crit. Really low. But it totals up to 17, really high for that roll though. Totals up to 17 more damage for Haleth. Did you have 18?
No, I just reduced mine already. I had 35, now I'm down to 18.
Oh, right. Okay, I was like going to say, it takes you down to 1 exactly, but no, you still have 18. I get it. All right. So it is used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares of movement. So 30 feet of movement. Just realizes its plan wasn't that good. Because it does have a little bit of movement left, but it can't double move because it had to disengage. It didn't have to disengage, though, because Sardick can't see it. So it can dash. And you don't see it either as it runs past you, because there's no light over here. Only Roscoe can see it. Roscoe can see it run around this corner to the south here.
Well, I punched a bugbear at least. That's my entire contribution to the fight. that and taking insane amounts of arrows.
Well, that pretty good, taking all those arrows, because that would have been big, bad amounts of damage for the other people. Alright, number 6 here. Also starts his turn in the bullshit.
Bull.
So just go ahead and click it again. I mean, I'm not really sure how radiuses and things work around corners and stuff, but for now, I'll say it goes around the corner.
I mean, the spirits are hovering around, so it's... I would think it's sort of like an omnipresent within that section.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not like a blast or something from a fireball, where the wall in between would block it. So let's go wisdom save. Does not make the save. So it's going to take 10 points of radiant damage. And I need to make a concentration check. So it makes it. Alright, and it's slowed. And it's in a bad place. Oh, and there's fireball right there nearby, too. You are really putting these poor little guys through the ringer with all these spells. Flaming spheres all being up in the way. Alright, it's going to move in such a way that you will be able to briefly see it. Not Sardick, of course, not Roscoe, not Haleth, but Ara and Midge can briefly see one run through the light and back behind the obelisk. From the corner over here, back to the northwest. And it's going to... Just need to look a quick thing up. Okay. Sardick, it's your turn.
Okay. Seeing that Roscoe is not conducive to being within the synchronicity of the herd at the moment, Sardick will kind of wonder himself, and is he aware of any creatures up to the north?
You are not aware of any creatures up to the north, no. I mean, you might realize there are creatures up there because people are fighting with them and there's arrows coming out of there for every so often, but you don't know of their locations or how many there might be, or...
Okay, so if he were to come to, like, there, he wouldn't see anything over there at all? Like, once he, like, moves out of this corner?
If you move to right there, you do see one now. You see him right there, hiding along the edge of the...
Okay, alright then. So seeing that, like, he was going to kind of step toward the bugbears, and then he'll turn and see that one over there and come... He'll consider his options, and he will go ahead and... He'll move up a bit, and he's going to just chuck a hand axe over at it.
Okay.
Which apparently is completely off kilter, I would imagine.
Yeah, having the big flaming sphere right in front of you throws off your aim, and the hand axe clatters against the wall. over here in this alcove. Harmlessly.
Okay. So then he will just go and take his last bit of movement. He'll go over there and he'll kind of play like we're hiding, dueling against, one another. So he's going to kind of like take cover behind the obelisk and allow the cows to kind of surround the area in their bovinic grace.
All right. So as you throw and miss badly with the hand axe, the Gloomstalker kind of tilts its head slightly and gives you a look like a camera stare.
Nice.
And you move up, and the bovine angels follow you.
Exactly.
Alright, we've got a bugbear down here that has little bugs on him. He is now literally a bugbear.
Hey.
He has been stabbed by Katrin, he has been burned by Ara, and he has been poisoned by Midge, and he's on his last leg. So the first thing he's going to do with his life is use his second wind. Oh, thanks, second wind. Wow. 1 point on a D10. So he tries to take a second wind, but it seems more like a second sneeze. And then he just looks behind him, he looks at his allies, he looks at you. Sees this group of women in front of him that are kicking his ass.
A drow to boot.
But then he looks at his two perfectly healthy... Well, they're not really perfectly healthy. They've been burned also. He looks at his two friends standing there, and he knows he can't surrender in front of them. Not yet. So, he just sort of shrugs and flails his Morning Star in Midge's direction. Wow, that's the same thing you rolled last time, a 1. I think this guy's rolled a 1 twice in a row now. Good job, Bugbear.
It's just not his day.
So he doesn't even come close to hitting Midge. Not even close. Midge doesn't even have to move at all. It's just a wild swing. And he makes a furious guttural sound. Alright, Gloomstalker number... Which one is this? Oh, the one that's right next to the flaming sphere. And who's starting his turn in the angel cows. So, click that again, Nux.
Okay.
Oh, he got a 14 this time, though. So he takes half.
Yes.
But he takes half of at least 16. Alright, so... Oh, and he needs to make a con save. Which he makes. So... He's batting at these flying angelic bovines that are now searing his flesh. And he needs to get away from this flaming ball as well. He's slowed, so... He is going to... move back around away from the hated... And... Alright, who's this one? Ah, that one over there. This one is going to come out... Okay. Number 9, the one directly south of Midge, has been burned. Definitely wants to kill that drow. So, he growls, saliva dripping from his large, oversized canine fangs, hefts his morning star up in the air, tries to swing it, a crushing blow towards Ara. Ooh, 23.
Oh, it hard.
It hits real hard.
Oh no!
16 piercing damage as the morning star just rips a massive chunk out of Ara's shoulder.
Before I deduct, do we still have that temporary 15? It's
Yes.
still on my sheet, that's why I ask. Alright, so I only take 1.
Yes, you still have it.
I look at him and go,
And-
ow!
Then,
Oh,
he's not
no.
done.
Yes,
He uses
is.
his action surge. Oh, and he's also, as a bonus action, going to take his second wind. Again?
Thanks. Second.
Nice.
It's called karma.
Thanks, second wind. As a bonus action, he's going to take a second wind. As his action surge, he's going to attack you again. 19.
That hits.
So he brings down just blood, and literally chunks of your flesh are like dripping from his morning star, and he comes down and then he brings it back in a vicious backhand, which grazes the side of your head, opening a bloody gash over your ear for 12 more piercing damage.
Ouch.
How does it feel, Dark Oath?
I look at him and say,
Great.
good. It feels good. It's gonna feel better when you die.
No, not all of them, though.
All of them.
God.
Ara is gushing blood from her head. She has yet to have bled this entire time, and she is now bleeding. She is not
Ara
happy.
has, Ara's seeing red, Katrin's raging, Midge is like, can we save one of them?
In the distance, you can hear someone shout, "Cry me a river!"
Nice.
I will later, and then
A
build a
river
bridge
of
and get the fuck over it.
Alright, this one back here is kind of trapped. I guess he can fit into this half square. Well, I don't know. Bugbears are pretty big. So, he's going to take his second wind. Here we go, another one.
Oh,
A little
Oh,
better
no.
this time. And he's gonna hurl a javelin at Ara.
Jeez, this bugbear versus drow thing is real serious.
it's dark.
Elf.
22.
Oh,
It just barely grazes your side though. 4 more points of piercing damage. All right, it's your turn, Ara.
she grins widely and says, "My turn," and then she casts this.
Ooh.
And I will. Is that 8?
Okay, I'd say you can hit all 3 of them with that.
Wow. Thank you, ones. So it's 26 altogether.
Why did you roll it in two separate things?
Because I rolled it with the little dice and it only goes up to 5.
Oh, okay, I get it. So 26, they need to make some kind of dexterity saves here.
Dex save, and they have to beat a 15.
Alright, here we go. The first one, who is badly hurt already, makes his save, but he still takes 13?
13, yep.
That's still enough to kill the front one there, or the one that was the weakest.
I will find your children and send them back to the Underdark!
So that one dies.
My children special.
And then the one that just hit you in the face with his Morning Star is going to make his save. DC is... What'd you say the DC was?
15.
He fails, so he takes the full 26, which is enough to kill him as well.
Yeah.
And the third one...
It's non-lethal, like a taser.
The
Nope.
third one super fails his save. He takes the full 26, but because he actually got a good roll on his second win, it doesn't kill him. It just hurts him badly.
There's
Damn
hope.
it, Katrin's next in initiative. That guy's good as dead.
Yeah, he looks like he's about to fall over. He is so shocked. He's been burned, and now this lightning has ripped through him, and he is just standing there shuddering and shaking.
Midge just slowly turns and looks at Katrin and says, "Do not kill him."
Attack of opportunity for her if she steps forward.
Ara is
bugbear
going to...
Alright, go ahead. It's still your turn.
Yeah, Ara's going to just stare at the one that's still standing with a huge smile. She's got blood trickling down her face, and she's just staring at him with like this grin on her face, like, "I will eat your children." And she backs up to about here.
Alright. Wow. Yeah, that was pretty devastating. This one is super close to dead. And you killed the other two. So it's Hallis' turn. He
Right,
regenerates
I think-
10 hit points.
I think Health is actually going to delay his turn because he can't see these goddamn Gloomstalkers, but he does. But Roscoe seems to be able to see them, so he's going to wait and see if he can work in tandem with Roscoe on getting some of them.
Roscoe
So
kind of
just
nods at
kind of
this.
delay. Alright, you still get your regeneration now, so take your regeneration and then you can take your delayed turn at a later time if you wish.
Okay.
Alright, it's Katrin's turn. She's got this bugbear that's almost dead. She's raging. She doesn't give a fuck about Midge's desire for
Sorry,
questioning.
Midge.
Nice.
Midge is like looking over at her fireball and is like, "Oh, I can't get it over here in time."
So she goes leaping forward onto the body of one that just died. She attacks recklessly. Oh, I don't think she hit. No,
There's hope.
it deflects with his shield. And she... Damn it! Damn it! Die!
I don't think I can.
It is your turn, Midge.
Ooh, Shillelagh isn't concentration. It is a bonus
It's
action
not.
though, so I have to just leave my flaming sphere there. But I will cast Shillelagh. Nope. Yeah, I can do that. I'll cast Shillelagh, step up, try to non-lethally hit this.
Good flanking.
And- Wouldn't have helped.
Oh.
Unfortunately, this bugbear, wildly swinging his shield around in his desperate attempts to survive, manages to fend off your staff as well. Anything else on your turn?
Mitch just kind of looks at it and says, if you surrender, it'll probably be for the best. And is like trying to interpose herself to like break line of sight between Katrin and the bugbear, knowing that it's all in.
Okay. Oh. Well, hello, Goblin Gloomstalker 5. Alright, this one is going to... Roscoe, your turn.
So Roscoe will step up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'll stop at Haleth and be like, "Alright, you got this one? Please leave it alive if you can, but I understand if you cannot." Step down here. Interesting. So I can't see the one that ran down around this way? Or can I?
Now that you've come around the corner, you do see it. It's right there.
Okay. Roscoe will step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and action light up his sword so that there is dim light next to this.
Okay.
And he will sort of point at it for Haleth.
Alright, is that it?
That's all I got.
Nice. Yeah, so now it's in the light. It can be seen. It is that guy's turn now.
Can Saito take his turn before?
Oh, yeah, if you want to take your delayed action, your delayed turn now, you can.
Yep, I will take it now. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Going to go there. Going to slap at this thing. It's going to be wonderful. I think he's got one fist, but he's got two. All right,
hit him.
So, and
that second attack does not hit.
damn, that was a good one.
But you punch him once with your unnaturally strengthened fists, the strength of undeath. He needs to make a concentration check. Oh, it failed this time. One of the little tingling magics you feel upon you has gone away.
Oh, fantastic. And I'm also going to use another one of my harrowing words to heal myself for 12 points.
Alright, perfect. Alright, it is his turn now. He's still alive. You might have been able to kill him if you'd hit with the second fist. If you're trying to clown, he uses feet too, but you can't use your feet. You're not a psychic monk named Sinclair.
If only I was. If only I was.
Alright, well, he's not amused, and he is going to bonus action disengage. Then he's going to dash his little ass off.
Sorry, did I see which direction he went? Because the token just kind of disappeared for me.
Yes, so as you're watching him, he runs across the room and runs into that door over there to the west and through the door.
Upward or downward?
What do you mean upward or downward? There's only one door.
I can't really see much. You went up this way, you said?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, he went through the one door in the room. And then kept going and out of sight.
all right, sounds good.
And then that's it. Okay, what about this guy? This guy's still in there, but he's starting his turn in Cow Angel Land. In Whimsydale.
Yay!
So, click your little thing again. He needs to make a wisdom save, which he fails at. So he takes the full 15 radiant, which is enough to kill him. Explain to us the angelic cow murder of this goblin.
Okay, so the angels, the bovine angels, are flitting all around, and then suddenly one of the most happiest of angels, the most lovely and jubilant of bovine angels, just materializes within the 15-foot radius and descends down upon the Gloomstalker and mistakes it for a bale of hay and begins to masticate upon it, and it ends up becoming radiantly masticated.
Wow. Hashtag radiantly masticated.
And it was the happy cow angel.
So you hear just kind of a death sigh from the other side of the obelisk.
Oh god, happy cow.
Oh, please not happy cow. No! Purge the Discord!
Well, that's quite a horrifying image, though. Just imagining that cow just chewing on this thing.
I
Its
figured
lips
it
don't
would
even
be.
come together.
Unfortunately, nobody actually got to see it, but you heard the sounds, and they were pretty memorable.
Yeah, there's just a regurgitated Gloomstalker on the other side of the obelisk, just sort of like radiantly, just sort of like dripping over.
So it's your turn now, Sardick.
Ah, okay. Sardick will come along the edge here, and he'll kind of wonder to himself and see, or think if he can see any more back. He might have thought there was more than one, but he's not sure.
You see one dead on the ground. It's the only one you see.
Okay. Sardick will kind of actually look at it and wonder if there's anything of note to it.
I mean, are you searching the corpse? Or are you just kind of...
You're breaking up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what are you doing with the body? Are you, like, searching the body?
He's just going to quickly look at it and see if there's anything of particular interest about it, or if it's just like, essentially just like the other ones that he's seen before.
Yeah, it's essentially just like the other Gloomstalkers.
Okay, yeah, he'll go ahead and back up one, just in case there's anything else in the area. He's just going to kind of consider the situation and think that he can't really get down any further, so yeah, that'll be...
Where was Sardick at the start of his turn?
Oh, he was beyond right there. So he went up.
Okay.
He went up there, which was 20, and then down one, which was 20.
Right, no problem. That's it for you then?
Yeah, that'll do.
Alright, this guy starts his turn in Happy Land, so go ahead and roll it again.
Ah, okay.
Fails his wisdom save, takes the full 16 apparently. And you seem to have killed another one. So you hear a little and you see a dead body now to the north of you.
Well done, herd.
And you can see those 2 dead bodies, right? On the map?
Yes.
Okay, so... yeah, another one dies from the Celestial Herd. Herd so good. Come on, baby, make it herd so good.
Oh my god.
Well,
That just happened. Okay, next. Something fun happens down south.
Does he just give up? Does he do the right?
No.
He's almost dead. Surrounded. All his
something
friends got
fun.
killed.
That would be fun for me.
Brain puppy.
Okay.
Out of one of the dead bugbears to the south appears another intellect devourer. And it is going to attempt to devour intellect on Katrin. So she needs to make... She doesn't have... what you call it now, either. She needs to attempt to make a intelligence saving throw. Yay! She rolls good. So Katrin fights off its mental assault, and it sees which way the wind is blowing here. And it runs down the hallway. Its little claws scratching on the stone. Like a little doggy. Alright, this bugbear that somehow is still alive even after being attacked multiple times. He has already used his second wind, so he can't rely on that. He doesn't like what's happening here. Given the fact that neither of the 2 people in front of him look particularly hurt.
Midge just keeps yelling surrender at him.
You made a big mistake making enemies of the Xanathars. So, what he's gonna do is disengage. Then he's gonna run. He's going to use his action surge to dash. And that's it. Ara, your turn.
Ara looks around and says, "Where did they all go?"
Roscoe can point to one up towards the door. I don't think he would have seen any of the stuff down by Midge.
Wait, what is Roscoe pointing at?
Roscoe can say one of them ran off that way, but he's not aware of any of the stuff that's happening. Unless you would say it's loud enough that Roscoe could hear it, but if it was, then Ara would probably hear it.
Hear what?
The stuff that was happening by Midge and Katrin.
Well, the bugbear definitely
sure.
yelled the Xanathar guild was going to kill us.
Yeah,
or
you
something.
guys are aware that the bugbear just ran off that way for sure. Alright, Ara, stop right there. As soon as you move to that spot, 2 readied actions take place.
Uh-oh.
As a couple of arrows fly out of the gloom towards you through the doorway.
Uh-oh.
So the first one misses you cleanly.
Nice.
And the second one does hit.
Dirty.
Thanks, Hunter's Mark. Does hit you for 6 points of piercing damage as the arrow sticks in your foot. Through your boot. I assume you're wearing a boot or some kind of shoe.
Yes.
I
just tried to take 16 away from me. You said 6, right?
Yeah, just 6.
Okay.
And you know that the 2 arrows came from right about here.
Alright. So, I believe I can do this.
Very nice.
And so basically I'll just center it in that area where I feel like the arrow may have started. So like about right here. And that should actually fill up that like entire like space. Like 20 feet cube.
Absolutely. Okay, so they need to make saving throws. Dexterity.
Yes. Dexterity of 15.
Alright, the first one made it. The second one also made it. They have good dex saves. So unfortunately, it does not work. It was a good thought, though. It was a great thought.
Question. Are there any objects in the room?
Actually, no. Not really. It's pretty much empty.
Okay. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. And you don't have any more movement?
No. I have to stay there.
Haleth's turn. You get 10 hit points back.
Yep. All right. So, because of my apparent bloodlust and vengeance against the intellect devourers, I know immediately where the damn thing is, don't I?
Yeah, it's southwest of you.
Like its exact position.
You know the direction to it, and the direction is southwest of you. I mean, there's only one possible way you can go southwest from here.
Right. Hunting it down.
Beyond tunneling through the wall.
Hunting it down.
All right.
5, 6. And...
Show me how far you can get.
4, 5... 6.
Alright, so you know that it's still southwest of you, but much closer now. You do know the direction to it, so you think it's pretty much right around that corner.
It will be mine.
Okay, that's all Haleth can do, unless you're going to heal yourself again.
I think I'm good for now.
Okay.
I'm going to see.
Katrin's turn. So, she saw the other bugbear come running down this way, so she's going to go gamboling down the hallway, bonus action dash as a rogue.
Someone else is gonna get to it before Haleth again.
No!
So, she finds it. You hear her yell around the corner, "It's here! It's here! I'm gonna get it!" And she tries to stab it with a reckless blow.
Motherfucker.
She does hit. Oh, wow. That's some sad-ass sneak attack right there. So she only does 8 points of damage. Oh, shit, and it actually doesn't even take all of that. I forgot.
Oh, no.
I don't know if it should have resisted some other damage that the other one... No, the other one took all magical damage and stuff, right? Because you were doing magical damage with your Shadow Blade and all that before, I think, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry, was that to me?
Yeah, that was to you.
Sorry, I was spaced out. All of my stuff is magic, yeah.
Okay. Katrin does manage to slash it a little bit. And her turn is over. Midge.
Oh. I was counting squares earlier. Let's see if I did this right. That's 20, 25, 30, and then I think I can get myself. With 30 feet, and the goblins being difficult terrain. And then I'm gonna reach out a hand, place it on Ara, and say, I'm so sick of this, let's just go fucking kill whatever's been shooting at you.
Nice. And a little cure light wounds.
16 healing.
Thank you.
Ooh, very nice. Okay, so that thing sheds bright light 20 feet
And then
and dim light 20 feet. So the two Gloomstalkers that are over there are now in dim light, so you can see them.
Yes.
Flaming Sphere, putting in some good work. You can now see them. And you've healed Ara, so I guess that's it for your turn then, right?
Yep, that is it for me.
Alright, this guy now sees light coming to get him. He's not thrilled. He's going to shoot Ara again. Because he can. Actually, he's going to move first. So he moves back out of the light into the darkness, and you don't know where he went now. Shoots Ara. 15. Does that hit?
No. No.
Alright, nice.
15. Woo.
Then it narrowly misses you. You feel it. You feel the arrowhead just like brush past your ear. And Roscoe's turn.
Alright, so Roscoe will step up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I do see a thing, right?
You do see a thing.
Okay, more clarification. Where does the dim light from this fiery thing end? Or sorry, towards me though, unfortunately. So, sorry, bright light. Is bright light 20 feet and then dim light?
Yeah, so at the end of 40 feet, the dim light ends.
So where you're standing right now, you're still in the bright light.
Would you let me step back and be in dim light then? Here, with the last of my movement instead of the square that I was in?
Yeah.
At the end of the 40 feet, that should be the dim light. The end of the dim light.
Oh, so you mean that square up there? Well, either way, as long
it's
as
2020.
So this is still within 60, so this will work for what I'm trying to do. I just can't be in the bright light to do this. So Roscoe will step up there. Bonus action, Shadow will kind of surround his arm again, and he's going to like shoot, sort of like arcing it over everyone else. It's 20-60, but the 60 is at disadvantage, but because I'm in dim light, it's back to advantage. So this will not have sneak attack. Shit, should I just run at it? I should
Yeah!
Do it!
This was better in my head. Okay, so we're going back to here. I can't willingly... Alright, so that was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay. Damn it, I should have done it!
We were like, yes, do it! Do it!
Do I get like a dex save to avoid it or something?
Fell into a pit.
Nope, you just fall in it.
Oh boy.
So unfortunately, as you're running over there, a pit opens up beneath your feet, and you land on some spikes at the bottom, piercing through your body, taking 10 bludgeoning and 9 piercing damage for a total of 19. And you are now down in the bottom of a 30-foot deep pit.
So, are those considered 1 damage roll or 2 for concentration check?
2, I guess.
Okay.
Ooh.
I lose Shadowblade.
And you're prone at the bottom of a pit with spikes sticking into you. It's a bad day. I didn't think
So, yeah.
anybody was going to manage to fall in any of these pits, but somehow it finally happened.
Well, Roscoe is going to sit there feeling bad about himself for a little bit. He has an action still, and I don't know how much... Wait, no, that was the end of his movement, actually, right there. So he does still have his action at the very least. So he can stand up with half of his movement for another dash. What's the call? 30 feet. There's no way Roscoe can get out of this on his own.
Can you just call out for?
Yeah, he's just like moaning at the bottom, but he's at least stood up.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard. I feel so bad that just happened because Ara and I were cheering for this.
Yeah.
I know, as soon as you said, should I just run for him, I got really happy.
I wouldn't have had sneak attack if I did the other thing. It would have been a straight 2d8 damage.
DM.
So. Oh, it would have been 2d8 plus my dex. There was a chance it killed him, but it probably wouldn't have. Okay, Roscoe's at the bottom of the pit. Not much more to do from here.
Where'd he go? Why is everyone disappearing?
Oh shit.
Well, the pit is bathed in light right now, so everybody can clearly see the pit now,
Oh.
because it's lit by the fireball. All right. Well, here's this guy. What's his deal? I keep forgetting something. Alright, Sardick, it's your turn. You have 2 dead Goblin Gloomstalkers in your area, but you don't see anything else.
Okay, and he didn't hear anything from the other side of this obelisk or any activity in the immediate area?
Nope.
Okay, and obviously you heard commotion coming down from the room with the door leading out. So, yeah, he'll go ahead and move down.
Roscoe starts his transformation
Nice.
into a revenant. Man,
Hey,
Undermountain
camaraderie.
is the pits. You're pitted against a dangerous foe.
Does Sardick recognize the moaning as Roscoe?
You
Oh
tell
shit.
us.
I don't know. I don't think there's like a... We should make an insight check.
Okay.
Sure. You think you can make out the
Okay.
fact that Roscoe's down in that pit making unhappy sounds.
The whole nature of benevolent life clerics and that kind of thing.
There was a
Okay.
very real chance that your spirit guardians could have knocked me out.
Well, actually, I was thinking of that, and the pit's 30 feet down, so it only extends 15 feet, so
Oh, you should be. Never mind.
three-dimensionally.
Yeah, you're actually safe as long as you stay in the bottom of the pit.
Mhm.
So what's Sardick doing?
Okay, so he'll get up to there. He'll notice that Roscoe's... Well, he'll have detected that sound and kind of figured out what's happened. Oddly, he has insight in this sense, even with poor intelligence. So he'll go ahead and dash. And he'll actually start climbing down the pit to go ahead and get Roscoe. Would he do that? Yeah, he'll go ahead
Would
and
he
do that.
do that?
I'm thinking, would he want to try to defend against... He can see one Gloomstalker, but yeah, he'll just go ahead and down because he sees someone down there in the pit. He'll also, recognizing that Roscoe isn't in sync with the herd, and they just seem to want to radiantly smother him, that he'll go ahead and lose concentration on that willingly.
Okay, so the Spirit Guardians goes away.
Yes.
And then later he will question as to why his herd did not want anything to do with Roscoe. Is it because he forgot, or is it because there's something more?
Exactly.
Something more. It's Roscoe.
It's definitely something more.
Yeah, the herd recognizes the taint in him. Creatures of the far
He's trying to nod out of me.
Was it Roscoe's current madness that drove him to just run like that?
I think
No, it was
the
Midge.
cheering. I love how Midge gets blamed. Ara was like, "Yeah, do it."
Midge and Ara.
First of
My
all,
Revenant
is Haleth's fault.
said it in character.
Hashtag Haleth's fault.
Yeah. Sounds
Nice.
about right.
Blame
Sardick's-
the guest star.
How far
So,
down
yeah,
into
he's-
the pit did you have enough movement to get? I mean, it's just normal movement for you. Every 5 feet you go down, you know.
So, yeah, he got 20 feet down, basically. I mean, essentially he'd be on top of Roscoe's square there, but just for the sake of ease of... what are you doing down there, lad? We're not done fighting. Give me your hand, I'll get you up.
Sardick, everything hurts.
Do you need some
Alright.
healing?
Well, this Gloomstalker that's here in the...
Roscoe's got like 2 spikes protruding like all the way through him as you ask him that.
The one that's here in this hated light is going to cast a spell as a bonus action. Ara, you feel that same lovely tingle from before. Now there's 2 of them on you. It's going to move away into the darkness.
Coward.
A drow telling people they're a coward for fighting from the dark. It's like the way of your
Nice.
people. It's like these guys are like
I am
honorary
not
drow.
part of my people.
All right, so also an arrow is going to come your way, Ara. 21.
Yeah. Can you just deduct my hit points? Whatever they are. I'm not by the computer right now.
All right, so it's 11 piercing damage.
Mm.
This one pierces in just above your kneecap, painfully into your leg. So I'll take that 11 off.
I took an arrow to the knee.
About, yes. Obligatory joke.
Yes.
Arrow to the
Used to
knee.
be an adventure, yeah.
Do.
All right, we have an intellect devourer down here. And poor Katrin, facing off alone. So, let's see what happens. It's gonna first try to claw her. It gets combat advantage because she attacked recklessly. But it cannot hit her superior armor class. She bats its little claws aside with her shield, and then it attempts to devour her intellect. Once again, will she make it? No inspiration. No! Katrin's intellect gets devoured. Let's see what happens. First of all, she's going to take 12 psychic damage. In her current rage, she has resistance to all damage except psychic damage. Thanks, Rage.
Oh no.
I mean, the damage isn't really a big deal for her. It's the other effect that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So she takes 12 psychic damage, and you hear Katrin scream out in horrible pain and terror. And now we have to check on the bad part. The bad part is a 3d6 roll. That's not good.
Ooh.
That's a bad day. That's a bad day, you guys.
Oh no.
Katrin's intelligence is 10. That's a 15. Katrin's mind is obviated by the creature.
Well,
And her
looks like a new slot opened up on the team.
Her intelligence is reduced to 0 and she is stunned.
Does that also mean Valgara loses intelligence, or is she a separate being?
She's a separate being.
Damn it.
Ogara could take her over.
I know. Oh god, who would control her?
Wow.
Okay. Intellect Devourer.
Does
did his
Roscoe get another crazy friend?
thing. Does Roscoe what?
Roscoe doesn't know this is happening yet.
Oh,
but
right, another crazy friend.
And actually, this is something that, from the first time that the Intellect Devourer, when we had the incident with Azure, you had it not only devour her intellect, but then jump into her on the same turn. Back then,
No, it was definitely 2 different turns.
it was the same turn. I remember it. I remember there was something wrong.
Find the video.
I
Find the video!
I will goddamn do
He's-
that.
I'm sure he's got that bookmarked timestamp link.
He's watched
all that
it
kind
like
of stuff.
700 times while weeping and drinking vodka.
Never forget. Never forget.
Alright. Bugbear Fighter number 6, still alive, this crazy guy. He's going to destroy some of your treasure. He sees Katrin standing there helplessly. He's so tempted.
Don't.
But no. Alright, it's Ara's turn.
Alright, Ara's kind of pissed at this point, so she is going to... Let me just make sure this isn't gonna... 20 feet.
How do you guys feel about these Gloomstalkers? Do you love them? Are
I
they,
hate
they're your favorite
I
people
hate
in the
them.
world?
So that is a 20-foot radius. So I will, obviously, I'm going to do it in that 20 feet area, like probably centered right about here so that it doesn't affect Roscoe or Sardick. And just hope that it hits the little shits.
Alright, you're
And,
centering it where?
Probably I'd say right about here so it doesn't affect over here. Because it's a 20-foot radius.
You can just move. You can move that red box, right?
I can't move the red box.
Oh.
Yeah,
Here
because
or
you
further over?
a little further over, just so it's not actually in the pit. Yep,
Here or even further over?
right there is perfect. Because I can't see, I'm just assuming that they're still there.
Yeah, right.
Unless
you
you're-
can't actually see them.
Unless you were hinting that it needed to be further over, and in which case you could put it further over. Actually, I would, because they definitely wouldn't be right here.
Okay.
Okay.
You can put it right there.
And they have to make the dex save. They take half of that on a success, and that is now all considered rough terrain.
Alright, hold on, I need to look something up real quick. What's this about Ice Storm?
Yep. Do you want me to? I can post it into the chat.
No, I see it now. Just want to make sure I understand how a cylinder works. Point of origin expands in straight lines to the perimeters of the circle. Okay. That is indeed a massive ice storm that rages in the area. And how much damage was it? 10 bludgeoning and 16 cold?
Yep. And actually, oh no, just the cold. Okay, and it already added. I was going to say the cold has a +4 because it adds my modifier for my spell casting because of the cold damage.
Oh, cool. Alright, so this massive ice storm rips through the area, battering off of the walls and the floor. It's quite loud. If there were any sounds made by the goblins, you can't hear them. So you're not sure what you may or may not have hit with it. But you know, it brought some apocalypse to the area.
I'm okay with that because I know that light's gonna end up in there, so we're hopefully gonna see 2 dead bodies.
Haleth, regenerate 10 hit points.
Where is that goddamn intellect devourer? Where is it?
It has moved further away from you. It's south, and a little bit east, and it's moved farther away from you. It's a good distance away from you now.
Alright. Coming along the corner.
You're pretty sure it's around that next corner.
Z's
You're not pretty sure. You're certain it's around that next corner. Katrin is paralyzed there. Or stunned, rather. Mindless, drooling.
Yeah, I got the 10. Right. And 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Can you see it?
I can see it. I can see the little fucker.
Well, there he is.
And you know what? You know what's going to happen?
Tell me. Ooh, Vengeful Glare. Needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Very nice. Okay. Let's see how we do here. Nope, it fails.
It's paralyzed. It is paralyzed, and I'm coming for it. This has been years of trauma.
You finally might get to kill an intellect devourer. Oh, you paralyzed it. Very nice.
Those will be some crits too. Let's go.
Overpowered ass revenant in the party.
Alright, and is that bugbear really standing my way?
Oh yeah, he's right there.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Hey, you know what? Harrowing Word. 13 necrotic. Enjoy it.
That's a crit too, actually.
Why is it a crit?
Oh, never mind. Sorry, it has to be melee. Might be.
But it is a hit, and it is enough to kill it, so you can narrate this for us if you like.
Alright. Haleth just sort of stares at the thing. He points at it. And the bugbear just sort of stops. Its eyes sort of widen, its pupils suddenly grow dark, and then it's almost as if the vitreous fluid in them has burst. As the eyes just turn completely black, he begins to crumple in on himself and falls to the ground dead.
Wow, that's pretty gross.
There's like a slow clap from a pit somewhere far away. I think he got one. My
Midge and Ara
resident
just look at
senses
each other
can tell.
like, man, Roscoe's super crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
It
turning
happened.
slowly.
All right,
Slowly.
Good job. Paralyzed the Devourer and killed the Bugbear in one turn. You're
Can
keeping
I-
track of how many of those you're using, right?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Oh, that was
Can
the
I just
bugbear.
point out that Roscoe says that his insanity is happening slowly? We've known
No, I
each
said
other
that the
all of a
Revenant,
week.
the Revenant
Oh.
changing is slow.
Oh. Because I was like, we've known each other all of like a week in game.
On Katrin's turn, she drools.
Crazy's already here.
Trembles.
Oh.
Poor Katrin.
Oh, man.
Midge's turn.
Midge has no idea what's happening down there. She's just gonna move her flaming.
Can it fly over the pit? I assume it can,
Yeah.
because it's floating anyway, right?
Yeah. In fact. Do we see anything? Dead bodies?
Nope.
Damn it.
I guess I have an actual action too. I'll give Ara another cure wounds. Oof, not a great.
Thank you. Hey, anything's better than that.
A little healing. Nice. Now that
Little
everybody's
healing.
getting along and there's no more paranoia.
It's nice to be able to use my healing spells, yeah. Without having to, like, chastise someone first.
And Midge is finally not possessed by
Volgar.
Valgara. I think Valgara healed somebody once as Midge. Maybe.
I think we kind of forced her to do it.
Yeah.
I think Roscoe, like, sweet-talked her into it.
I think she used Healing Spirit on herself, and then once it was done healing her, she went ahead and healed someone else with it too.
Yeah.
I also think like the very first time she possessed Midge, while there was still paranoia, she healed herself too, so that when Midge came back, she was down a spell slot or something.
Oh yeah, oh she's
I
healed
remember that
herself
too.
a few times, but I wasn't
Oh,
sure
yeah.
if she'd actually cast a heal on anyone else as Valgara. Okay, so Midge cast a heal, she moved the ball. And you're gonna stand right where you are, or...
Oh, I guess I should move up and just, like, hold out a hand to help. But I technically can't because I've already used my action and bonus.
Are you gonna move right up to the edge of the pit, or... Okay.
Yeah, I'll move right up to the other edge of the pit and just look like I'm helping.
You detect
Got
a
it.
pit with your keen elven eyes.
Roscoe's a half elf too, you know.
No, but Midge
It's more
has
human.
those, she
Midge
has
is-
eyes
yeah,
of the
Midge is
eagle
the
as part
half
of
that
her
can
heirloom,
see.
so...
Midge is the
her
half that can
perception's
see
working.
things like this.
Because the rules say that if you have advantage on perception, that gives you a +5 to your passive perception. So, like, her passive perception for
Yeah,
sight
it's
is 22, which is
22.
really high.
I should update that. I
But
keep meaning
only
to.
for sight. It doesn't help
Yes.
for hearing and stuff. But anyway, Goblin Gloopstalker's still alive over here. Gonna pop out. You guys can see it.
Does it look hurt?
Okay, I knew it, motherfucker! I knew it. Just watch the video. Okay, she did get 2 turns. It's true. She did not get, whatever, the second part, which was the 3d6. She just automatically went to 0 intelligence.
Oh, did I not roll
You-
the 3d6?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Narrative
one-
exigencies. It was for the sake of story.
DM's word is law. I mean, that's.
It was cutscene death. Oh,
Motherfucker.
I think I just genuinely forgot to roll it. So you're right. I should have probably rolled that 3d6. I mean,
She could have been alive, and a whole lot of trauma would not have happened.
This worked out so much better the other way, though.
I think we're witnesses to something we cannot understand.
So he attacks from around the corner, from hiding. Anyway, you can see him, though, as he does this, because the light is lighting up that area. An arrow coming at Ara again. And it does hit. 7 piercing damage. This arrow opening up a gash in between 2 of your ribs, but not sticking in you.
Oh, you little shits are gonna die!
Okay. That makes it Roscoe's turn. In a pit. Did you stand up last time?
Yes, I did. Sardick is above me. Can I use him like a ladder almost to climb up?
Well, Sardick is still 10 feet off the ground because he only came down 20 feet. Which means...
So Roscoe is 6 feet tall, arms go up a couple feet, and if I jump a little bit, I can grab onto him?
Yeah, I would say you can jump up and kind of grab onto him. And he's pretty much anchored on the wall because of his boots, so you could use him as a handhold to pull yourself up, essentially.
I don't think I could get the next 20 feet myself, though, so I might be like, Sardick, would you mind, taking me up? I guess that's my action, right?
Well, I mean, it's kind of just movement. It's not really your action.
So, can I hold an action? I don't have anything I can actually... that'll be my turn. I'll just grab onto him so that when he starts walking up, it doesn't take him an action to grab me or anything.
Okay. In that case, so you basically climb on his back, in essence.
Basically, yeah.
So that he can just walk out with you.
Yep.
And he's not affected by encumbrance, so all that weight of yours doesn't even matter.
Yay.
You called me fat? Whoa.
All that weight!
Damn.
Roscoe, all about the base. Alright,
Roscoe's been bulking.
But pulling him out of the pit will be no trouble. At all. No. Okay. Gloomstalker number 9, still alive somewhere. Where is this fucker? I literally don't... Oh, that one!
Ooh, wait, actually, if you will let me hold an action... Oh, no, never mind. I can just wait.
Sardick, it is your turn, and you now have a... Did you just link the video of the Intellective Hour thing, Saito?
I did.
Alright, I believe you.
I will never forget.
Sardick, you now have a Roscoe on yourself.
He's like bleeding. Like, buddy, please take me to the light.
Excellent. Yeah, come on aboard. The ship will get you out of here. And he's just going to stride up and bring Roscoe up here. And I'm assuming he's getting the sense that his companions are pretty well damaged.
Roscoe's at 14 out of 45 right now.
Can you guys see each other's life bars? I thought I set it up so you can.
Roscoe's in darkness right now. I'll move here so you guys can see what it looks like.
Okay, yeah, it gets obscured a bit once it's like the walls interact with it and other tokens interact with it, that kind of thing.
Oh,
yeah,
right, of course.
May the spirit of the healing herd wash over you all. Mother, bring us life. And he's going to use his channel divinity to restore life onto Roscoe, and potentially, I believe, Aura can take some heal.
Ooh, also this interacts with aid, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Okay, so how many points are you giving to whom?
It can only go up to half.
Yeah, Ara can only take 5 of that.
Roscoe can take 16 of it.
Okay. Yes, so he'll go ahead and assign those, and I believe Midge is fine.
Keep in mind,
Alright.
Manda, that your maximum HP is raised by 15 by that aid spell, so did you take
Oh,
that into
okay.
account?
No, I didn't. So I could have taken... I can't math for shit. 45, 46.
Probably about
I believe
7
I could
more.
take... Yeah, I was going to say, I think I could take probably about 13 of it.
Yeah, so he has enough to get us.
Okay, that works.
Cool. Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
That motherfucker's paralyzed. Josiah, are you muted or something?
No, sorry, I'm just doing a thing real quick. Sorry. Hold on a sec.
Okay.
You feel as though... No, never mind. Ignore that. I was going to say something obnoxious. Alright, that Intellect Devourer is paralyzed, and is obviously not doing anything because it's paralyzed. Which means it's Ara's turn.
Alright, so you said we still couldn't see the little guys, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I have just a quick question. If he shot an arrow at me and we can't see them, how did he shoot the arrow at me?
Well, you saw him for a second when he was shooting the arrow from around that corner.
So he backed.
But then he went back to where you couldn't see him. So you know he went back around the corner there, to the
When you
west.
say around the... Oh, okay, so down here. Or up here.
Yeah, this corner over here.
If you're paying
Alright.
I missed it.
Oh,
So right here.
the one
okay.
to the west, yeah.
Alright, so Ara's just gonna step in there and she's going to ready magic missile at 2nd level for when they come back into view.
Okay, perfect. Haleth, you have your quarry before you.
Oh, and it's paralyzed, which means so many wonderful things. First off, this gets advantage.
Yes.
23, and it's automatically a critical hit. And because it's one of my quarry things, I get an extra 46, so 8d6 on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully
28
that's enough to kill
plus
it.
8d6. That is a total of...
Well, the whole 14 doesn't get doubled. You actually have to roll
10.
2d6
more. Just roll 2 more d6 and add it to everything that you got there.
Okay. 7. So 21, 43.
Wow. Bludgeoning damage.
Yes.
That blow... What'd you say, 43?
Yeah.
That blow just expended years of anger.
Seemed to have a reduced effect as this thing is very resistant to these blows,
Oh.
but it hurt it badly, but it didn't kill it.
Alright, second fist.
Yeah, you got 2 fists. Oh, an actual crit! Doesn't matter since it would have been a crit anyway, but...
Alright.
And you get to roll all those extra d6s again, too.
Yes, 2d6.
Well, not this time, because it already gave you the extra. But whatever, just roll the extra 8d6. Or whatever, however you want to do it.
I'm just...
6 more.
Oh my god!
No.
So that's like another 48. So that time, damage reduction be damned, you crush this thing to a pulp. How do you want to do this? You've finally killed an intellect devourer.
I take it up in my hands. I pick it up. I look at it. And I go...
You bite it.
You. As my fingers dig into it. And then, with all of my strength, I pull it apart. And then, holding the 2 pieces of it, squeeze until it bursts between my hands. And vengeance is mine. Also, I get to add 10 health. I need a cigarette.
Now, does a part of him deep down inside, like, technically die? Because he's achieved something of his vengeance?
I think he needs to get all of his targets.
Yep.
I didn't say all of him die, I just said a part of him. Like, something inside of him just dies.
Not really.
But in a good way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like, there's a healing light inside of him.
Alright, for a few of these narrations so far, I'm giving another inspiration. So, nobody needs it except for Katrin, right?
Right.
I mean, it's your inspiration, Saito, but I think if you already have one, you have to give it to someone else. Did anyone else use inspiration?
No.
So you gave Katrin her inspiration back. Unfortunately, it's a bit too late.
Yes.
So you've destroyed this thing. Saito, how does it feel? You got your revenge on Intellect Devour. It could be the very same one.
I'm just so happy. I'm so happy.
Happy birthday.
So is the Revenant, like, sitting on his knees, like, crazy crying right now?
And no one can see it.
Yes.
Katrin,
He's having a moment.
unfortunately, is having a bad day. Katrin's middle name is Azure. Nah, it's Midge's turn.
Oh. Well, that shouldn't be 50, so half of that would be 25.
What?
Because the scale is off. It's 10 feet instead of 5. And I was trying to measure.
But
I was trying to measure using the arrow, but that's why it was off. So I moved it, quote unquote, 60 feet, which is 30. And for my action, I am going to hold a acid arrow for when I see a goblin.
okay. Roscoe.
It did not come back out, correct?
Nothing has come back out that you could see.
Just to be clear, I can't go along this wall here, at, like, between these to avoid the difficult terrain. Like, to this square and then to this square.
Not around that corner. Once you're actually around the corner, you could go along the other thing to avoid it, but you can't diagonal across that sort of big corner that's right there, I would say.
So 6 to here, and then I can diagonal here.
Yeah.
7. So that was move. Bonus action dash. 1, 2, 3. Oh crap, I forgot this wrapped all the way around. Alright, we're going for it.
Yeah,
4,
it took a long time
5,
for those
6.
extra bugbears to get to you guys.
1, 2, 6. And I actually just stumble across Katrin staying here catatonically.
And you recognize exactly what's happened to her because you've seen it before.
Shit.
You feel that fell far realm influence on her mind.
That's it for Roscoe's turn right now.
All right. Let's see here. Welp, I guess we'll go with this. From around the corner to the east, way over here in the east, arrow flies out of the darkness after first Sardick feels the tingly sensation, which he has felt before and knows is the hunter's mark.
Wait, did Roscoe see anything when he was running back out around that way then?
No.
Okay.
Because this one just came from a place that you never had any line of sight to. Okay, so here comes another arrow Sardick's way. Ooh, is that a crit? No, it's not a crit. It's just close to a crit. Oh, that's not very much damage, though. An arrow sails out of the darkness from far to the east, lodging right underneath Sardick's left shoulder blade for 9 points of piercing damage. A familiar feeling. A familiar arrow.
Barsoul, the damned arrows again!
Alright, Sardick. Now, it's 8:35.
Yeah, it is getting a bit late.
Yeah, so it's 11:35 Eastern Time. So this is about the time when I would normally be saying, let's go ahead and wrap it up. We're technically still in a combat here, but I think we should probably go ahead and stop for now. What do you guys think?
I think that's
I'm
fair.
okay with that, yeah.
Yeah. I guess, is there any... Do you think that there's any reason we couldn't just resolve this either with them running away, or are you saying that eventually we find them, or do you think there's actually, like, a point in the
There might be a
hide-and-seek
turning
game?
point and they pick us off.
Yeah.
Well,
It's up to you on that. I guess
I was sort of moving things in that direction, but not all of the combatants have a real way to get away right now. Which makes things interesting. I guess I do have an idea of what could happen. Of course, it's going to depend on what you guys choose to do immediately next anyway. So we'll go ahead and call the session here. We'll just pick it up from next time and see what's going on, you know.
They're all gonna learn Fireball.
Yes.
a Hall of Mirrors appears.
So we'll come back. And we'll see what Sardick wants to do on the next one. So let me go ahead and end my episode for YouTube here. That's going to do it for this one. Thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. This has been Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage. See you next time.